Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the first virtual VSM DevCon. This is where you're going to learn about all things value stream. I'm Dave Rubenstein, VSM DevCon chairman, and we put together a day filled with great sessions and truly outstanding speakers. And I know you're going to leave here with a much greater understanding of value streams, how to create them, how to manage them, and even why you should. Before we get started, I certainly would like to give a hearty thank you to our sponsors. We thank them for supporting this conference, and folks, you're going to be hearing a lot more about them as the day progresses. Like any one-day conference, virtual or otherwise, you'll have the ability to chat with your fellow attendees during the sessions, and our speakers will also be on hand to join in the discussions. The last session of the day is going to be a panel assembled to get you the answers to any questions you might have after listening to our sessions. And all the speakers are providing ways to contact them if you have specific questions about a presentation, and they'll be standing by to answer them. You know, value stream management has been around for quite some time in the physical manufacturing world, but only in the last few years has its application to software development been realized. We've been covering value stream management in SD Times since 2018 and declared 2019 the year of the value stream. It was in 2019 that the concept really began to take hold in our market. Some say value stream is the cherry on top of DevOps. Well, at least I say that, because it solves a problem organizations have wrestled with since the world first went digital, and that is bringing together the software and IT teams and aligning them with the business side. So for the conference today, you can find the agenda here on this page somewhere. And you can see the lineup of sessions, and I encourage you to stick around for all of it so you get the full benefit of the event. The presentations have been kept to 20 minutes or less, so the experience feels more like binge watching your favorite Netflix shows than sitting through lengthy lectures. And as there's only one session per time slot, you won't have that FOMO feeling of missing out on a class you would have wanted to attend at the same time. So mostly, thanks to all of you for being here. We understand there are a lot of options that you have for information and training on these subjects, and we're delighted you chose to spend your valuable time today with us. We are truly grateful. Finally, we'll ask that you take our survey to give us feedback on the sessions you attend. It's that feedback that helps us assess how we did and informs the decisions we make about taking this event forward. And by filling out the survey, you'll be entered into a drawing for a $100 Amazon gift card. So how about that? Now, I would just say, grab a cup of coffee or water, your favorite beverages, and let's get set for a big day dedicated to value stream management. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Christina Cardoza, news editor of SD Times. I just want to make sure you all know about our VSM DevCon Slack community. If you haven't already joined or gotten an email about it, you can join now by clicking the Slack logo below this video. There, you'll be able to chat with other attendees as well as some speakers. Each session will have its own dedicated Slack channel, which you can find by clicking the plus button next to the channel section and browsing by speaker last name. Each sponsor will also have their own Slack channel you can use to learn more about the company. At the end of the conference, we will have a panel of experts to answer your value stream questions, so make sure you stick around for that. You can ask any questions you may have in the Value Streams Questions channel on the Slack community. Lastly, we hope you'll all participate in an industry study we're doing on the state of value stream management adoption on behalf of HCL. You can find the study and provide your input below. Now sit back and enjoy the conference.
Hi, my name is Chris Kondo, Principal Analyst with Forrester Research. Today we're going to be talking about value stream management, the value stream market, and how these tools are evolving over time and why clients are interested in them. So thanks very much. One of the things you might be wondering is, what are people looking for and why are they choosing value stream management tools and why now? Well, we did a survey. We do a survey every year. And what we discovered, we asked this question every year actually. Which of the following initiatives are likely to be your organization's top business priorities over the next 12 months? Well, to no surprise, you'll find that grow revenue is up there, but underneath it are all these customer-related, motions, right? Improve the experience of our customers, improve our products and services, improve our ability to innovate. These are all things that point directly to helping their customer and improving the outcome of their software so that it provides business value. That's my interpretation of it anyway. The idea that you're going to please your customers and actually keep your market growing is a very important aspect to strategic plans today, which has shifted away maybe from like previous years, which would reduce costs or better go faster and whatnot. Now people are really focused on not only revenue, but improving the customer experience. The other interesting thing that we're discovering is that 81% are planning or implementing value stream management. Here's the question: what are your firm's plans to adopt the following technology and/or operational initiatives? Well, to no surprise, we have technology operations analytics, the idea that you want to get greater visibility into what's going on in production. But then we also see enterprise service management, agile development, DevOps, and in the middle of all that is value stream management analytics, 61% saying they're implementing or expanding it, 20% saying they're planning on doing it. Well, that's pretty interesting. That's 1,300 plus respondents saying that they're interested in adopting a technology that barely existed 2 years ago. And these clients that we interview are pretty traditional industries that are just now, realizing that they are targets for disruption. They need to transform. They need to go faster. They're looking at cloud. They're looking at all types of technologies. Value stream management is right there up in the middle of all their important initiatives. So what's going on? Our clients say, hey, we need to improve. And in order to improve, we need data. At Forrester, you tell us to do continuous improvement, but how do you improve if you can't measure what you're already at? How do you create your baseline, right? And so this is the real foundation and the need for value stream management is in order to improve, you got to measure where you are so that you can decide if you got better or not. We have all these forces working upon us, digital disruption and whatnot. So we got to get some data, we got to get some analytics, and relying on the stand-up meeting and getting opinions from people about where we are, it just isn't cutting it anymore. So let's do an overview of what value stream management is, right? It's a combination of people, process, and technology that maps, optimizes, visualizes, measures, and governs business value flow. And at the end of the day, it also measures the value delivered. It's not in this definition, but it should be. And so, we looked at this, we kept it pretty abstract on purpose because we didn't want to necessarily say it's a technology, because you could certainly do this in a manual way where you map out your process and you understand where everybody is. But that's kind of what people are doing now, right? Your top-notch product manager, she's walking around to every developer on the team, every designer on the team. She's calling up the operational people. She's talking to the test team, and she's really getting the feel for what's going on in the product delivery cycle. And in her head, she's computing all these things, understanding, all right, are resources working out? Are we on time? Do I really trust, whether or not Kondo is going to be on time or not when he tells me it's 3 more days to deliver this feature? She has to make all these gut feels, and she doesn't really necessarily have data to go on. She's got, information, bits and pieces, just putting it all together. Value stream management's there to help her, help that manager get data, understand, are people underwater or are they actually delivering on their promises? Are we focused in the right direction? Are we working on the right items? Is there stuff that's slowing us down? That's what value stream management's really meant to do. We're not trying to prescribe a specific kind of technology to get that done, although we do stress what capabilities those tools should have. And so connecting outcomes with business value, that's what we think the whole goal of value stream management is, right? We see it gaining significant traction because enterprises want to align software development with efforts and business goals, right? They're tired of just measuring all the outputs. They want to get to those outcomes, right? They want to go from being project-led to product-led. All those cliched terms, they're all really trying to do it. It's all reality. The other interesting thing is agile and DevOps at scale. Many clients are telling us they're struggling, right? They're adopting things like, programs like SAFe, and they're having pretty good success at it. But, to do all of those things at scale, you need metrics. You need to be able to roll up metrics and get visibility and have confidence in those numbers on a daily basis that things are going in the right direction. And then, since our first evaluation of these tools in 2017, a lot of companies have entered this market because they recognize there's a strong need for it and there's a strong opportunity for them to deliver solutions to this market. So let's take a look at, value stream management really comes from value stream mapping. Everyone's probably seen a diagram like this. A value stream map is really just breaking down all the constituent processes into individual components and then measuring the delta between them from a process time and a work time. Well, value stream management is kind of like that, but on steroids in some way. The idea that it's instrumenting all this and giving you all this data, which are sort of process metrics, but then at the end of the day, trying to overlay that with other types of data to say, well, what events caused this to happen? What is going on in your delivery pipeline? How many stories are being delivered? How do we get transparency into these processes so that planners and development managers and release managers can all understand how well they're doing? Are we going to meet the schedule? Are we working on the right initiatives? And do we have the right priorities to measure and actually achieve our promise to our customers to deliver value? So how do you do that? Why else is value stream management important? Well, it sort of focuses everybody. I got this pyramid diagram on purpose because at the top of this is, a particular example of business value, increased customer lifetime value. Well, it's customer value and business value, right? If you can keep customers hanging around, it's a lot easier than trying to win new ones. Well, what does that boil down to? Well, maybe it boils down to an objective and key result: reduce customer churn from 25% to 10%. That's a 15% reduction, I suppose. And so, the idea that you could actually, so how does, in the past, you'd have these organizations say, great, we're trying to reduce customer churn. And then they go back and look at their backlog and not really, reconcile the overall goal with what the backlog was. Well, now with value stream management and the way Agile and DevOps teams should be working is they should be looking at that objective and saying, oh, well, what in our backlog can actually move the needle on customer churn? And if you're in the product design team, maybe you think, well, let's improve the Net Promoter Score. Maybe if we create a more elegant UI or an easier to use UI, we can improve our customer experience index, we can improve Net Promoter Score, we can reduce customer churn. And if you're a development team, you say, hey, maybe we can lower our page load time and improve the performance of the application. Those kinds of work items would actually be useful to achieving this objective. And then if you're an operations team, you think about the same thing. How do we improve availability? So it gets everybody thinking about these outcomes. And so in a nutshell, VSM addresses visibility for teams, metrics and KPIs to track, analyze, and optimize, visibility at scale, software delivery lifecycle analysis, automated governance, traceability, and connect effort with value delivered. This is the whole idea, right? You can do all these things with a bespoke tool chain and a bunch of different tools all tied together, but clients are tired of trying to tie all these things together, and vendors are trying to satisfy this with these value stream management tools. So here's a conceptual view of a value stream management tool. At the top, we have this visualization plane that basically shows you all the data, all the metrics, all the analytics that are going on in the value stream management system. Underneath that, in the middle of the sandwich, is the actual value stream map, your process, all your tools, all your processes, the resources, they're all input into this thing, and it's tracking all these. And at the bottom is a common data model that's like a system of record for your value stream. What's going on in the value stream? How many artifacts are moving through it? What's the change rate? What's the velocity? Is value being delivered? So value stream management is a pretty complex solution in that it's got multiple dimensions. Here's some of the components that we think belong in a value stream management solution. We've got mapping, visualization, governance, measurement, and at the core of it is a common data model. Now, why do we think all these things are important? Well, like I said, you can go and buy an analytics platform. You can go buy a series of connected tools and then connect them all together yourself and try to measure the delta between all those times and create charts and metrics on those. You can then go into production and try to capture all the various pieces of information that are out there, tie them into your dashboard, and then go up to your portfolio level and try to aggregate all that. It's very complicated. Value stream management tools don't necessarily do portfolio management, don't necessarily do software delivery lifecycle, CI/CD, and those types of things. And they don't necessarily do the measurement. What they do is they connect to all those tools, bring them together, so that all of these things are brought together into one uniform display, one uniform solution that gives you that single pane of glass that you want to understand what's going on in your software delivery system. So here's another way of looking at that pyramid, right? You have OKRs at the top, you've got metrics in the middle, you've got measured value at the bottom, right? Whether it's reduced time to market or increased customer retention, all of these teams can now say, hey, now that we understand what our objectives are, we're measuring all these various metrics to see how well we're doing against, build time and test time, which can shrink our time to deliver products. We can reduce latency if we're trying to increase customer retention. Once you have these objectives and they filter into your system of operation, you can decide which bugs should we work, which issues should we be tackling today? What are our top objectives? How do we prioritize issues? Because too many customers tell us that they have these systems that are just like demand management, right? A bunch of work comes in, it gets put into their backlog, and they don't necessarily have a good way of prioritizing it. They don't know how it ties back to the value that the company wants them to deliver. And when they have that lack of communication and that break in understanding, it's really hard to get people enthusiastic about wanting to fix these issues or doing a good job delivering all that. So there's also, I would say, an element of employee satisfaction, right? When everyone understands what they're trying to achieve and that how their work contributes to the company, I think people are generally happy. They want to know, how am I helping to make this company have a better product and make our customers happier? If they feel like they're just a cog in a big giant series of cogs and wheels and gears and are just lost in the system, it's kind of hard to get that employee satisfaction. Here's another way of breaking it down, and it's kind of an interesting breakdown, because what we're finding is that there are development value streams where development leaders are worried about burn down and builds and code coverage and all these build related elements of the value stream. But then there's a business value stream where you're thinking about business value and identifying root causes and reducing issues and trying to improve customer satisfaction. And then there's like organizational impact, right? Are we getting better customer trust? Are we improving profitability? Do we get better conversions? And so all of these different things play together, and value stream management's goal is to try to provide the information and insight to give people that. So here's a couple of testimonials, right? We have this one customer who's from an insurance company, talked about the fact that when they started out, insurance policies were really owned by actuaries. Now they realize with value stream management and connecting all their teams together and getting a full map of what's going on, that their software is actually important or more important than the insurance policy itself. Because if customers see a bad mobile experience, or they get on the web and they can't figure out how to get a cost comparison, they're going to leave. Doesn't matter what the policy is or how well the actuary did all the science. If they can't get through your customer experience, then they're not going to see your product. And that's the same. That's true now for grocery stores, pharmacies, all of these particular businesses that were more personal and more one-on-one. They're now being served digitally, and even more so now. Here's another one, right? VSM enabling continuous delivery for a bank. This bank had a series of governance rules and regulations to satisfy their European regulators. What they discovered is that using a value stream management tool, they took a policy from their policy engine, married it with DevOps data, which they call evidence. So if code got reviewed because it's there in your repo that it got reviewed, if code passed unit tests because it's there in your CI system, if that code went through a continuous delivery cycle and went through a series of automated tests because that test system ran and checked off all those checkboxes, if you can marry all that data together with your policies, which is what value stream management systems can do, then you can have automated governance and you can have continuous delivery even in a regulated environment, and that's what they've done. So here's another interesting spin, right? The whole COVID piece, the fact that more and more people are working remote. So remember that scenario I talked about where your manager, she's walking around to every cubicle asking people, hey, what's going on? How well are you doing on this particular thing? Hey, Kondo, you think you're going to be done in 3 days, or is it going to be 4 days? I need to know. I have to report up to my manager. Well, all that stuff has become even harder, right? Everyone's remote. How many Zoom meetings is your dev manager on? They're sick of them. With data and insight from a value stream management system, maybe you can avoid all the status meetings and just spend your time on the phone trying to help unblock people, help them be more satisfied with their job, help everyone understand how you're delivering value to your customer, and forget about whether or not you're on track or not. You can look at it. It's going to be in a dashboard. These are some of the vendors that are entering the space. They enter from different markets. This is the interesting thing, is that when we started researching value stream management, we discovered, hey, there are people like CollabNet in version 1 that have these portfolio tools. They have some of the ingredients of a value stream management tool. And then we looked over, like on the other side, we see ServiceNow, and they have, IT service management. But guess what? They're working on DevOps tools, and they have elements of a value stream management tool. So we started writing about these companies in 2017. And lo and behold, many of them went off and developed value stream management solutions. We did a wave, an evaluation in 2018, and some of these vendors were on it. We've done another one in 2020, and the vendors that are on that evaluation are Atlassian, Blueprint, CloudBees, ConnectAll, Digital AI, GitLab, IBM Plutora, ServiceNow, TaskTop, and Target Process. All of them brought to the table some terrific offerings that do almost all of the capabilities that we were talking about, and some of them do them excellent. We also broke down the VSM market by, is it an integrated VSM solution, like say a CollabNet, where they have everything all in one tool chain, or GitLab, where they offer everything in one tool chain? Or is it a standalone VSM tool, like a TaskTop, or maybe a ConnectAll, where they're connecting tools together and getting data, but they don't actually do all the different things that the different DevOps tools do? And then we have what we call discrete VSM tools, and what I would call them is contributors to the VSM tool ecosystem. So even though Datadog's not a value stream management tool, they don't compete in this market, they provide systems of insight that you could connect to a TaskTop and actually understand whether or not value is being delivered to your customer. You could take something from Splunk and connect it into digital.ai, into their dashboard, and say, hey, how's my system doing? How am I performing? And so those types of systems that are discrete systems, or even like a system like PlanView, which is a portfolio tool, you can plug that into some of these systems and say, all right, how do we get these aggregate views? They're all enabling VSM in a way, even though they don't contribute to the solutions directly. This is how we break down the market by size. We have large, mid-size, and small players. In the large, people, no surprise there, right? Atlassian and Broadcom, Digital AI. In the mid-size, we've got IBM. Even though you think of them as a big company, their VSM solutions, mid-size. That's how many customers they have. So this is based on not the company's overall size, but their value stream or their sales into this kind of value stream management market. I don't want to misplay the fact that some of these companies don't have value stream solutions, right? Not all are pure VSM solutions, but each contributes to the visibility metrics and VSM enablement, right? And so altogether, the current market size is about 500 million, which is pretty big if you think about it. And this is actually just starting from a standstill in 2017. So this is quite interesting. So where do we see this market going, right? VSM moving forward. Well, software tool vendors will continue to invest in VSM and push into other markets. So if it's ServiceNow, guess what? They've added DevOps, they've added VSM. Now they're competing against companies they've never competed against before, like a Digital AI or like even CloudBees. CloudBees acquired Electric Cloud, Rollout, and they're building SDM and VSM as well. So now they're competing against companies that were doing release automation. CollabNet version 1, acquired Zebia, Arxan, Numerify. They're renamed to Digital AI. And it's probably not going to stop there, right? So they have a complete all-up tool chain. Atlassian's not on here, but hey, expect them to continue working down that road as well. They've got all the pieces. People are always asking about them. Look for more strategic partnerships and mergers. We see this market only growing, evolving, and getting bigger. And converging on this market is a growing demand for a CI/CD platform, right? So on top of all of the things about VSM, people also want to consolidate CI and CD into unified platforms. So the whole market is very interesting. It's becoming supercharged with COVID, but it's very interesting. Thank you very much for joining. It's been my pleasure to present this information to you, and you're welcome to follow up with me if you wish. Thanks very much. Have a great day and stay safe.
Hi, I'm Helen Beale, and today I'm going to be answering the question, what is value? I am a human. I'm a ways of working practitioner. I'm Chief Ambassador at the DevOps Institute. I also write for InfoQ on the topic of DevOps. I'm also an ambassador at the Continuous Delivery Foundation and Analyst Accelerator Strategies, and I provide strategic advice to a number of vendors around emerging markets. In my spare time, you can mainly find me outside doing things that involve butterflies and bats and newts and things like that. And my mission is to bring joy to work. So I'm going to start by thinking about value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is a lean tool that started in Toyota in the 1950s in the manufacturing industry, and is now widely used across the technology industry, and particularly in DevOps journeys. It's a great place to start a DevOps journey by doing a piece of value stream mapping. So it's an exercise that requires a group of people, members from the value stream, to come into a space together and start trying to map out the processes and activities that make the end-to-end life cycle of a product or service. And that's a good definition of a value stream, anything that delivers a product or a service. So here you can see that value stream mapping and value stream centric thinking applies or is proposed in the DevOps handbook, so a guide to doing DevOps. So in chapter 5, they look at selecting which value stream to start with. In chapter 6, they go further to understand the work in the value stream and make it visible, and then expand that understanding across the organization. So it's stated in the DevOps handbook, once we have identified a value stream to which we want to apply DevOps principles and patterns, our next step is to gain a sufficient understanding of how value is delivered to the customer, what work is performed and by whom, and what steps we can take to improve flow. That doesn't really define value, though, that we know we're talking about it, we're analysing the flow of it, we're looking for constraints and bottlenecks in that flow, in that overall end-to-end life cycle, and we're thinking about the customer primarily here as well. So value stream mapping is an excellent tool for people to use when they're starting their DevOps journey. One of the downsides of value stream mapping, though, is that people tend to do it once, whereas it really should be a continuous improvement activity. But because it is quite time intensive and it does require quite a lot of people to become involved in it, people find it often difficult to repeat the exercise and keep going back and reflecting upon it and further inspecting it and further adapting towards their terms of their discoveries. So let's look at something related but slightly different. Value stream management. So in August 2018, Forrester came up with their first wave for value stream management, which they define as a combination of people, process and technology that maps, optimizes, visualizes and governs business value flow, including epics, stories and work items through heterogeneous enterprise software delivery pipelines. Quite a lot of words there, but basically we're talking about partly value stream mapping as part of the process that allows us to manage our value stream, but also technology that allows us to automate the visualization of that flow from idea to value realization through every step in our process. You can see there's a number of different vendors there. So what value stream management allows us to do over and above value stream mapping is it allows us to automate the diagrammatic visualization of that work. And then from there, we can make it easier for teams to inspect and adapt according to the value outcomes that they are seeing their business and customers receive. So other metrics that we often use, we've talked a bit about, touched on flow, which is things like cycle time. We can also look to research from the State of DevOps reports that is summarised in this book, Accelerate, written by the lead researcher, Dr. Nicole Forsgren, and also Jez Humble and Jean Kim. And some of the tips they come up with here are things not to measure and things to measure. So rather than measuring outputs, they propose that we measure outcomes, and rather than measuring productivity, we should measure value. So there it is again, the measurement of value. Still, we're not quite clear what that might be. There are other recommendations here about measuring capability over maturity, and these kind of 4 key metrics are often seen to be the key DevOps metrics, often known as the DORA metrics, from the DevOps Research and Assessment company that set up these reports. And this is around lead time, deployment frequency, time to restore service or MTTR, and change fail rate. And the one on there that is most flow oriented is your delivery lead time, which in the State of DevOps reports and Accelerate is defined as the time from code commit to code in production. But of course, ideas start a lot earlier than that. So they might start in someone's heads in meetings, they might start getting documented in Word documents or in a portfolio management tool. They'll then probably appear, depending on where the organization has transitioned to Agile and DevOps ways of working, in a product backlog. At some point, they'll leave the product backlog and be in a subset of it called the sprint backlog. Then a developer will start developing, and then finally we'll get to code commit. So as you can see, many different measurements of this activity and where it is in the flow of the end-to-end value stream. But we still haven't really answered what value really means. So there's an English idiom that says it's the worth of a thing is what it will bring. So we've got dictionary definitions of value. So it's the regard that something is held to deserve, or the importance, worth, or usefulness of something. Principles or standards of behaviour. So we're not really talking about that. We're really talking about the worth of something. So here's an idea from Jeff Goltheft that we think about this, or we encourage teams and businesses to think about this in terms of the definition of done. So Jeff says there's kind of 3 areas of value that he sees. So the business, the customer, and the organisational value. So typically we'll hear the business term coming from executives and other leaders, and they really mean something that makes it easier for the business to be successful. So it could look like making money, and we get rewarded for increasing profit margin. Customers, customer value mainly comes from these product development teams that we've talked about, and it's something that makes the customer more successful. So it could be new features or products, and typically it's something like launching an app that gets rewarded. Then we've got organisational value, which is what these internally facing teams like HR and finance might talk about, and something that makes the job of other teams in the organisation easier. And these could be features or systems that are used internally to automate or simplify tasks. An example that Jeff gives here is implementing a continuous deployment system, which of course is something that could directly affect a product development team. So this is where we often hear teams talking about how they're under pressure from the business to deliver change and new features, new things that the customers can use, but actually they would be much better at delivering those new things if they could improve their ways of working. So something like implementing a continuous delivery or deployment system would help them deliver more of those features or products to their customers. So here's some examples of things that we could consider when we're thinking about what value means to a particular team. And it's probably worth me noting here that value means different things to different businesses as well. So I'm going to give you a few examples of different ways to think about value. But if you're an insurance company, it might be different to a retailer, it might be different to a bank, it might be different to a government organisation or a charity. But if we're thinking about products, we can think, and this is a lean product, lean startup view of seeing things, we can think of how much revenue our product is bringing in versus the cost that it is taking out of the business. So basically running a P&L or profit and loss account for a product. Of course, this does require us to have reasonable levels of capability in terms of not thinking like a project and thinking like a product in order to be able to measure that revenue as something standalone. And we probably need to have a reasonable way of continuously funding or having capacity funding in our team, not only to understand how much our monthly costs are in terms of the people in our team, but we also want to understand things like, for example, cloud utilization and the costs associated with that, any tools that we're subscribing to for product backlog or CI servers and things like that, investment over learning, all sorts of other things contribute here to the cost of running our product team. But we can use this as a starter base for value-based metrics. Other things that teams might want to think about is things like using Net Promoter Score. And if you are that organisational column we looked at earlier, they could also be thinking about ENPS, so Employee Net Promoter Score. And this is basically how people how likely people are to recommend your product or your service or your employer to their friends and family as a product or service for them to use, or as an employee for them to work for. So NPS is frequently used, particularly in consumer-oriented industries like retail. Organisations often use app store reviews, particularly obviously if they are an app. So your product may be purely an app, or you may have an app associated with your product. But these reviews, an example here, they've got 4.5 stars across 512 ratings from people that use their app. So this is another value-based metric that some people use. And then, of course, you can also, particularly if you're in retail, use things like shopping basket size. So how much product people are buying at once. Obviously, every transaction has a cost associated with it, not just from a pre-sales perspective, like getting people to the basket in the first place, but also transaction costs in terms of shipping, packing, all of those kind of associated things. So making the shopping basket size bigger can lead to more profit. So that could be another value metric people could use. If you're not in retail, you might want to use things like page conversion rates. You might still want to use that in retail actually as well. We've got a couple of charts here. One is about just really page conversion, and the other is about the relationship between performance and page conversion. So what you're seeing there is that pages are more likely to be converted when they perform better. So we're now starting to see how some of our technology metrics do link to our profit and loss metrics as well. And this might be conversion rate of a form. So if you're an insurer, for example, you might want to know how often it is when somebody starts completing a new policy online, how frequently that new policy actually gets converted into a real policy, a real insurance policy. So that might be important to you. We can also look at how complete customer journeys are. So we just talked about the shopping basket, which is the green area in the middle of the purchase bit. So we can look at whether new features and new tweaks to our website and our journey actually make it more likely that people will get further through that customer journey. So the next question then is, we've looked at what value is. We've got some idea of how people might think of value. So then when should value be measured? Well, let's think about our value cycle. So we know our value cycle starts with an idea, which, as we said, is likely to sit in the portfolio or backlogs. This is where our visions and goals are set, and we align them to epics and features, product backlog items, and user stories. So that's where we start. Then we go into the integration, so the development of that code, and it's committed, and artifacts are incorporated, versions controls committed and built in a trunk-based manner and tested. And then when the changes are approved, they are released and operated in a live environment. We move into the realization phase of insights and analysis. So we're starting to use monitoring and observability to provide insights into our customer reaction to the changes that we've deployed and report on that value realization. So thinking about that then, well, we can estimate at the portfolio and backlog level. This is where we're starting to think about what we want to do. So at this point, it's quite natural, I think, to think about why we're doing it and making a statement in a hypothesis-driven manner. So as an experiment, if we do this, we think it's going to have this value outcome. It will have this result on our page conversion rates. It will have this result on our shopping basket size. It will have this result on our app reviews. And then we go through the delivery cycle, and then we reach the insights and analysis part, which is where we can measure the value that has actually been realized by the work that we've done. And that gives us the opportunity for inspection and adaptation. So that's when we pivot. We pivot between realization and looking at ideas again. So we may have a brand new idea that's come from somewhere else, or what we've just learned from what we've just done may influence those brand new ideas or give us a new idea for another tweak. So that's really the summary of all of this, is think about what value means to you, for your business, for your product team, and use your sprint cycles and your value cycles to consciously put estimates around what you're doing and consciously reflect upon what's happened by inspecting and adapting accordingly. So thank you for your time and attention today. Stay human.
Well, hi there, Jeffrey. So what are we doing today? I think we're talking about something called value streams.
That's right. We're going to talk about value stream management, but from a different perspective than most people will have done. We're really going to be talking more about the human side of value stream management. And we have probably some counterintuitive advice for people, which is that if you want to be faster, you're going to have to slow down. And
Boy, that sounds weird. And we're going to talk about humans. Do
Yeah.
they have any place in value streams? I thought it was all about process and waste and stuff like that.
Well, I think that the people actually are pretty important. We'll talk about why. Of course, it's natural that you and I would focus on the human element because we recently have talked about the importance of humans and the conversations and how you can change your culture by having the right kind of conversations. And that actually is very relevant to getting the value out of value stream management, as we'll describe.
There you go.
It's pretty easy to go from the idea from getting to management, right? There's a simple 3-step process.
Yeah, looks good to me. Remind me what the steps are, though.
Well, everyone agrees on at least 2 of the 3 steps. And this is going to be a little bit of interactive part for our listeners. So if the people who are there, I want you to go ahead and get some paper and a pencil or pen and get ready to write down what you think is step 2. Because everyone would say, yep, we want to start with value stream management. We're going to start by drawing out and analyzing our value stream. We're going to create our value stream map. That's the starting point. And then we know where we want to end up, which is we want to have end-to-end visibility and control over the whole system that allows us to get better software faster. The question is...
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to do anything in the middle. I mean, as soon as you have your map, then you just you have the visibility, right? Everything's perfect.
No, it turns out there's a lot to get from one place to the other. There's a lot of things that you need to connect in the middle. But the question is, what are the key elements of those steps? And this is where I want you to write down. For you, each listener, when you think about what is that step 2, what is it you need to be doing to go from a map to that end state? What are the steps? So go ahead and just take a second, write that down. And
sounds good.
Now, if Squirrel, it didn't take him very long because he thinks that we don't need to do anything.
Nope, I didn't write anything. It's easy.
But we expect that actually people are going to say one of 3 things, and your answers are going to say something about your culture that you have. And we're going to be dealing with something from an idea from Ron Westrom that many of you might have heard of, from the idea of Westrom's 3-culture model. And
comes up in Gene Kim's and the others who wrote Accelerate, isn't that it?
That's right, exactly. That's where I first came across it. And they described the 3 cultures that Ron Westrom describes. He gives it 3 different names, 2 which are less good, and one of them is better. Now, we'll see if you can figure out what they are. Those cultures are pathological,
so
bureaucratic.
If you were pathological, you probably wrote down, we're going to tell them what to do, and they darn well better follow it. And we have to give them the very clear orders.
That's right. We're going to drive it. Personally, it's the job of managers to step up and make sure it happens. Make sure people are clear what they need to be doing. Exactly right.
Yep.
The second type is bureaucratic.
Yep. And so if you're bureaucratic, then what you would have said is, well, we need to define our policies and our rules, and we need to make sure that we have exactly the right tools in place and everyone knows how to use them. And we better bring in the coaches and the trainers so we're sure to be following the right steps.
Yeah, that's right.
That would be the bureaucratic approach.
Exactly. That sort of very clear focus on process and tools over people and interactions.
Which is kind of different from what the Agile Manifesto said.
It is different.
Funny how that is.
And the third one is generative. And if you're saying a generative culture is different because it's really focused on the mission itself, like how do we get the results we're after?
So you might say things like, well, I better bring everybody along on the journey, and I better make sure to jointly design what we're going to do. And maybe it'll turn out we don't do value streams at all. We might do something else that's more successful. If you said that, you're probably generative, but I'll be very interested to hear if any of the viewers actually wrote that one down.
That's right. And because if you look at how you actually get the value from value stream maps, it's not because you have the tools in place. The tools are an enabling step. The process is an enabling step. The idea is that you're going to be finding new things together jointly. There's always an emphasis on breaking down silos, on having cross-team collaboration. And
oh, Jeffrey, those are easy. You know, it's easy to break down silos and have cross-team collaboration. Why does anybody struggle with that?
Well, and you and I actually, Scroll, would say it is easy if you have the skills to do it. Now, so it is easy for you and I, but it's not easy for everyone. That, in fact, when people go and try to have collaboration, there's some things that they will run into. And this is a model that I really like that came from an article called The Uncanny Valley of a Functional Organization, because what they're describing is trying to move from one type of culture to another. They're saying, I want to go from a culture.
Funny valley where things don't quite work.
That's right.
You're functioning and then not very much, and then you're doing better.
That's right. So I want to move from a command and control culture, and I want to move to a place where we have real collaboration. And of course, to get the value to value stream map is having real collaboration from people who haven't historically worked together. They didn't silo it off. They have different views of the world. And we're really going to get their value when we can bring those cross-team together people together to solve the problems that we identify from our mapping and analysis process. Now, as you can see, now we've talked about moving essentially from the lower left, a low trust and low ability and willingness to disagree, to one of high trust and respect and high willingness to disagree. But there's two attractors, two places where people will fall into holes. And one is they can end up, if they have perfectly happy to disagree, but they don't have trust and respect for one another, then you end up with unproductive conflict between people, right? Now,
you're just butting heads.
Exactly. And I'm going to focus on unproductive conflict, because what we want is not a lack of conflict. What we want is productive conflict. Because actually, the other danger zone, it comes from a lack of conflict, where there is trust and respect between people, but they're not willing to disagree. And in that case, everything looks good on the surface. There's harmony, everything's peaceful and serene, and it feels good. But what you're not getting is real collaboration where those differences come out. And
the danger in that circumstance, actually, it can happen to you in both the red areas, is that you wind up getting to step 3 from before, and you say, great, now we have our wonderful tools in place, we're ready to comply. Nothing seems to have changed.
That's right.
You didn't get any benefits. And if that's happening to you, then you're probably missing step 2.
That's right. You're missing the step 2 that we recommend, which is the steps going to take you to collaboration. And all that requires, as we said, is changing your culture.
Oh, now, easy.
Now, how do you go about changing your culture? It's so easy to scroll. Fine. What is it we need to do? What does a good culture look like, and how do we get there?
Well, so we're looking for that generative culture. We're looking for the culture in which we're going to bring people along on the journey. They're going to be part of designing the solution. They're going to be trusted, and they're going to be able to collaborate, and they're going to trust each other. The problem is that that's actually very hard to create if you don't know how. But there's this wonderful guy named Chris Argyris who did a huge amount of studies, studied thousands and thousands of people over 45 years, and he discovered some methods that we have found really work. The great thing about them is they're called action science. It means you can go and try them, just like a scientific experiment. So if you don't believe us, just humor us for a bit, go and try it. We predict that you'll see substantial improvements and changes in results. And the way you get those changes and results is by studying your conversations. And the solution starts with you. So the bad news we have for you is it's probably your fault if you're not getting the value out of value stream mapping, because you haven't created the right culture. And that's wherever you might be in the organization, whether you're at the very top or the very bottom. The problem is partly, at least, your fault. But that's also the good news, because there's something you can do about it. You can start a conversational transformation. And we're going to describe how you could go about that with some very simple initial steps.
Now, the good news is you do know what good collaboration looks like.
That's
In
right.
fact, people probably use it all the time. At least they think they do. Actually, they do it. But we're going to test right now. Now, again, we're actually here to think about how you would answer this question.
Yep.
Imagine that we're going to have to make a decision as a group. And this group is me and Squirrel and all of you listening. And together we jointly need to make a decision. And let's say the decision we need to make is, where's the location for next year's VSM DevCon conference?
Yeah. Is it online? Is it in a physical place? Is it in Antarctica? That's my favorite place. There's lots of penguins. Where should we go?
and the question is, how would you say we should make that decision? Not what is the decision, but how as a group do we make it?
And get out your paper again.
Yeah.
And go ahead and write down for us. And the reason we're going to ask you to write it down is we're going to do a magic trick. I've just been aligning my chakras so that I'm all ready to telepathically understand what you're saying. Because, of course, we've pre-recorded this. So I'm looking 2 weeks into the future, and I already know what you're going to write down on the paper.
Right.
So go ahead and write down, how would you go about making the decision? What steps would you follow in order to make that very consequential, important decision about where VSM is next year?
All right. So I'm going to imagine that people have written it down, and and now we're going to reveal the answers. Scroll, you've aligned with what people are going to say.
I have. I know it's on the next slide. It's appeared. I know what everyone is going to say already.
Right.
They're going to say that they want to get everybody's opinion. That they're going to want to include everybody and get all the ideas, even the crazy ones about going to Antarctica with the penguins, include their own ideas and share what they're thinking. And then they're going to come up with a solution that includes everybody's ideas and come up with the best answer. And I bet all of you wrote something like that down.
Yeah. And the reason that we're confident about this is because we've asked lots of people in lots of places these questions, and we always get the variation of the theme. It always comes down to, I want to get everyone's input, I'm going to share mine, and we're going to put these things together. It's always the same. And we say you actually do behave this way when it's a topic you don't care about. The problem is the way our psychology works, the way our cognitive wiring works, just causes a problem, which is that when the stakes are high, when it's something we care about, we start behaving differently. We want our ideas to win. We see differences as a threat, and we don't listen to others. We don't share what we know. And this is how we end up in that sort of unproductive conflict or in groupthink. Right?
And a real tell for this, which I often hear when I'm consulting, is someone will say, yeah, just for this decision, I mean, it's a little different because it's so important. We just need to convince everybody because we already know what to do. So
That's right.
We just need, Squirrel, can you help me convince people to do this?
That's
and
right.
I say, the first thing you need to do is eliminate the word convince from your vocabulary.
So we know where we want to end up. We want to end up with a collaborative conversation between people, true collaboration, which means productive conflict. And we know that means being transparent and being curious and get everyone's ideas involved here. But that's not where we are as humans. We start with, we need to develop those skills. How do we do it? That's what we're going to talk to you about very quickly to say there is a solution, and we describe it as the 4 R's. These are the fundamentals of conversation analysis that can lead you through into more productive conversations. And the 4 R's are very simple.
I'm going to count them, so go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, you count them out for us here. So first, we have record. You're going to record the conversation. We're going to describe in a moment how you do that.
Yep,
Second, you're going to reflect on the conversation. This is where
2.
you're going to be looking at to say, how well am I performing according to the model of how I know I should be behaving? 3, you're going to revise. And you're going to write out alternative dialogue of what you could have said or what you should have said that would have been more in line with the way that you know you should behave. Yep. Now, at this point, you might repeat and go back because you're going to reflect again on what you did, your revision. And you kind of loop here until you can written something that you're happy with. So, and then finally, we get to role play, where I'm going to practice saying things out loud with someone to make sure I'm okay speaking what I've written. And then we actually have role reversal, where they will say back to me what I had written, and I see how it sounds to me to hear.
The 6 4 R's.
That's right, 6 4 R's.
Sorry, we're not as good at maths as we are at helping people with their conversations.
So that's the basics of conversation analysis, how you look at your conversations to find areas of improvement. And as we said, it's a very simple process. It just takes practice. And Scroll, what kind of high-tech equipment do we need to do conversation analysis?
Yeah, you're going to need an awful lot of tools here. They're going to be complex. I think you can find a vendor near you that can supply these. One is a piece of paper. You can see an illustration of this tool on the screen. The other is a pen. Those are the two tools that you're going to need.
Yeah, although I like to up it a level. I like to use 2 pens because I like having different colors.
There you go. That's
Both.
advanced. That's the platinum scheme. But then you also have to have a skill, which is to fold the paper in half. Because what you're going to do is you're going to take the paper, just as we've illustrated here, fold it in half. You're going to write on the right-hand side what happened in your conversation. Ideally, a conversation you'd like to improve, or one you're thinking about having where you'd like it to be better. And then you're going to write on the left what you thought and felt, not what the other person thought and felt, because you're not telepathic like me. You can't tell what people are thinking, so you can only write what you were thinking and feeling. And then you're going to score them. We won't go too much into detail on this, but you can do things like circle the question marks, because if you're not asking any questions, you're probably not very curious. You're not going to find out very much. Transparency, what's on the left-hand side and isn't on the right. And a process like that, actually just doing that can be tremendously insightful for you, because it'll help you to come up with ways that you can improve your conversation. That's the revise step. And then you can role play it to figure out whether it sounds natural to you and how you could use it, and then actually use it in the real world. It's amazing that using steps like this over and over again, repeated and effectively, can have a tremendous effect on your ability to create that generative culture. And if you don't believe us, you should try it.
That's right. And I think, as you said, people gain insight on this very, very rapidly. And it takes a bit longer to develop the actual skills to, in real time, produce the kind of behavior that you would espouse, that you would agree is the right way to behave.
Yep.
But once you have it, then it actually, you can find out, apply it to a bunch of different conversations. And we say that there are 5 conversations that you should be having to really have an effective team, really any human team. And those 5 conversations are trust, fear, why, commitment, and accountability. And for each of these conversations, we provide that there are certain tools that you can use, that when you're going through that reflect step, you can be using these to say, am I on track?
And the one I'd like to really point out is why, and the joint design technique, because that's exactly what you need at step 2 in your value stream process that we just illustrated at the beginning. You're going to start with some idea about what you could improve, and at the end, you're going to have a way of tracking and monitoring it. That would be accountability. But here in the middle, everybody needs to understand why, and they need to be part of the solution. They need to add their own egg in order to show that they're part of it and to be internally committed, but even more importantly, to share their ideas. Because if you're going to get cross-silo collaboration, if you're going to break down the silos, you need the people in the silos to be telling you what's going on. And these techniques are remarkably effective at achieving that.
That's right. And now, what should people do if they want to learn more about how to apply these techniques? Well, we have a straightforward answer here. Everything's simple today.
There's a book.
There's a book.
And you can buy it and you can read it, but there's also lots of other material. So if you're interested in hearing from us and you're not ready to plunk down the $20 for a book, that's perfectly fine. You can come to conversationaltransformation.com. You can listen to something. I think we're at 125 podcast episodes. We have free videos. We have all kinds of material that you can try out that we can't fit in here in a 15, 20-minute talk with you. That can show you how to actually apply these, how people have gotten tremendous results from them, and where people get stuck.
That's right. And so we have people who will email us questions. We also are on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have our own Slack forum, and people who've read the book and are trying to apply the techniques have come there and asked questions to help them work through their case studies. So these are skills that you can learn, you can apply them. Value stream management, to actually get the value out of value stream management, really involves humans and that sort of joint design process we talked about. And if you'd like to learn more about how to do it, this is how you can find out more from us. And we look forward to hearing from you.
Absolutely. And the last thing I'll ask of everybody is, if you're skeptical, if you're saying, gosh, I'm not really sure this works, at least if somebody comes to you sometime in the future and says, our culture just sucks and we can't make it better and everything is just hopeless, you could tell them that there's some crazy people who have this wacky idea that with the paper and a piece of paper and a pen and folding it in half, you can somehow improve your culture. Ask them to find out more from us, because it is actually possible, and lots of people don't believe it. So give it a try, or recommend to your friends if they say they don't think they can change their culture.
All right.
Excellent. Thanks, Jeffrey. Thanks to all our viewers. And
Thanks, Cole.
we look forward to hearing more from you guys.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. I'm Eric Minnick, and I'm a product manager who's looking after IBM Urban Code Velocity, a value stream management tool. And one of the things that I see really fascinating about the VSM space is that developers are resisting value stream management. So I really want to talk about this topic, and I wanted to do it with my friend Al Wagner. Al, thank you for being with us today.
Hey, Eric. Thanks for asking me to join you. And for those that don't know, my name's Al Wagner. I'm a DevOps enthusiast that has spent a lot of time working with organizations in trying to advance their DevOps capabilities. And value stream management is certainly a topic that is of interest to many right now.
All right. So this session is part of a conference that's very focused on value stream management. So we want to touch very briefly on what VSM delivers in case you're watching this kind of standalone. Value streams pull in a bunch of data from tools across the DevOps pipeline and other things that you know, bring them together and do some really useful things with that data. So it's very important to understand what is being delivered, which features are we delivering, and what's that's worth. Identify bottlenecks in delivery. So where is our software delivery fast and smooth, and where is it slow and lumpy? Want to be able to streamline audit. And then finally, help with go, no-go decisions. Should we release this thing or not? And I'd argue that all of those things are good for developers, right, Al?
Absolutely. The ability to have this data presented to me on a dashboard and to clearly identify where there could be a slow spot in the pipeline, but not only identify, but it gets my mind working on, how do I continuously improve? What experiments do I maybe want to run to identify some of those bottlenecks or resolve some of those bottlenecks? It could be an automation candidate. It could be a learning opportunity. And then from the auditable side, the ability to prove without doubt that this work item is in this release and dig into audit trails can go a long way in these communications when I have to share updates as to what's gone out in a particular release to the auditors, to the compliance people, to the business people, to the security people. So the ability to make my process better and answer the who, what, when, where, how, why questions can go a long way in helping me do my job.
Yeah, we just want to write code. I don't think anyone has a lot of fun getting audited. So, this all sounds good, which begs that question: what is going on, and why do we see that resistance? And as we were talking about this, kind of started looking at these management styles that are heavily influenced by 100 or 150-year-old ideas coming from, Henry Ford and this guy Frederick Taylor, who wrote about scientific management. And in general, what we see is that this approach assumed, okay, we have repetitive work, like we're building a car, and we've got these really smart managers who are going to figure out the best way to do it. And they're going to tell their workers, here's what to do. Here's how to weld this piece to that piece in a really repetitive way. This is the best way. And, this worked, right? In the Industrial Revolution, and dramatically improved performance. And it became very embedded in a lot of management cultures. But Al, this isn't really the best way to work with kind of highly variable knowledge work kind of stuff, right?
I think this is the foundation of the problem. Painting every feature team with the same brush, to use an old expression. We're not all building the same car. We're not all working on the same platform. We all don't have the same types of technologies available to us. And within a more modern approach, there's been a movement towards empowering the people closest to the problem to solve the problem. Taylor's approach of enforcement, where we will define what the standard methods are, we will enforce the adoption of these methods and enforce that your cooperation so that things can move faster. It's not going to work in this culture of self-autonomous teams that are continuously learning and working to continuously improve.
Exactly.
So that could be a foundation to the problem.
Yeah, we've seen car manufacturers move away from this themselves. Right? Toyota had some clever ideas around. So what we think is the measurement aspects that Taylor pushed of trying to understand what was going on, that's good. But we probably don't want to just jump to the result as a manager without working closely with the team. We want to have better conversations. And I think one way to do this would be to look at a couple of examples, play out some of these conversations, and go from there. So let's get into some examples.
Before you move on, Eric, there's one thing that I don't want to take away, that every team is unique. There will be best practices or certain techniques that teams will discover that could be replicated across others. And that ability to measure and report on those helps with making those types of decisions. So there is some value, but I would suggest that one process type that all teams must follow is probably going to cause more problem than it will add benefit.
Got it. So one of the sort of things that you can measure with value stream is what's your lead time? If the business has an idea of, we want this feature, how long does that usually take until they have that feature, right? So we might be able to say it usually takes about a quarter. It takes 97 days. But we could also look at the mix of things being delivered by the development team. Is it mostly feature work? Is it paying down technical debt? Is it fixing bugs? What are they doing? What are they delivering? And so we could look at the team that's taking a quarter and delivering mostly bug fixes and not that many features and say, this is not up to our standards. We want to see half of what's being delivered be features, and we want to see it delivered in a month. That's what we're going to hold you to. Get it together, start going, right? And I think anyone who's been in development and is told, do less bug fixes, just do features, kind of sees where that goes. And that's a scary thing to hear. There's a reality under here for the team, right, Al? There's something they're dealing with that's resulting in this kind of situation.
Absolutely, and the reality of the team is they would love to be delivering features constantly, and they would love to be dealing with very few defects. The reality is that they've probably looked at the environment that they're working in, the architecture that they're building against, and while trying to make management happy because of this mandate of thou shalt, only do this or you need to go faster, they want to do that, but they have to deal with this technical debt. And the ability to communicate that up and say, we have this technical debt. We could re-architect our applications to improve that. That may cause us to slow down for a while. And as part of that slowdown and working on technical debt, yes, we will continue to prioritize the high-valued features and include that in a release, but this slowdown will eventually allow us to go faster. The alternative would be, let's just focus on features. But, we may be delivering new functionality to the end user, but is that what the end user really wants? Or are they struggling with a defect that the team is focusing on, and they're not getting the value out of the end user is not getting the value out of the investment, so that's not helping the business either. The third one is the status quo of continuing to go slow and underachieve well, then we could get into disruption from competition or new participants that enter the market. I really think it's, we often start off in discussions where you may have to slow down to speed up. And as part of a transformation is looking at new technologies. Are we going to refactor this application and start to decouple features or services from a monolith? That could go a long way in addressing this. The other one would be maybe we just choose to rebuild. Again, that's going to be a time-consuming process. So it's that balance of how do I deal with my technical debt while delivering high-value features for the business to be successful in the market. But if we don't deal with root cause, we're never going to achieve the speed that the business is looking for the development team, the rate that they're looking for the development team to deliver at. But again, it's having the value stream, the data in a dashboard allows me to do that type of analysis and understand what that root cause is so I can have that conversation with the management team that is saying, thou shalt deliver faster. I have empathy for what their needs are. I need to share some of the challenges that we're facing so they have empathy for us and we can work together to solve this challenge.
I love how you put that, Al. And when we have these sorts of things, there's often some sort of debt, right? And it might be architecture, like in this example. It might be that tests aren't automated. There's a million things it could be. Oftentimes it's several of them. But I think having these dashboards and some data to work from, and then getting a good conversation going between those kind of business stakeholders and development stakeholders is healthy. I think in general, as the business, developers tend to come to you a little more often than you think is reasonable to say, we'd really like to re-architect this, or we think we should rewrite the whole application. I've been a developer. That's really tempting because it's fun to do things new and redo stuff. And there's probably balances, right? It might be, hey, if we totally decouple this thing and we move to beautiful microservices, it'll take us a long time, but then we'll be able to release 10 times a day.
Exactly.
The business says, I don't want to release 10 times a day. I just want it to ship every couple of weeks rather than every couple of months. Can I get to every couple of weeks and not spend as much time on this re-architecture? And now we're having a healthy conversation.
Absolutely. It's about the discussion.
Yeah. Finding the right balances, making the right trade-offs, and figuring out when we want to do these things. All right. Let's look at one more example here. And this one, I've heard from a couple of different customers. I've seen it within some of our own teams. It's kind of a classic problem. Code review, I think, is becoming increasingly accepted as a best practice, particularly with all the different variants around Git flow, where you have pull requests, merge requests, and things like that. Eventually, someone might look and say, how long does it take to do our code reviews, right? A developer says, I wrote something, it's looking pretty good, please review it and bring it into the main line. And if it takes a week, pretty irritated pretty quickly. There's going to be some dissatisfaction. And it's really tempting for a manager to go, this is totally unacceptable. I've got you guys as code reviewers because you're my most responsible developers. You're leaving your teammates waiting a week for a response. Big problem. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make how quickly you respond to a code review part of our performance reviews. So get this fixed, or you're going to have a bad performance review and no bonus and all of those things. Now that's probably a too blunt of an instrument, right, Al?
Well, if I was the senior developer, that certainly would be a demotivating statement. And maybe as a team lead, again, having access to this data, if I look at the picture you showed before, I've probably got some planning information over in one application, and I've got, the pull request information over in a GitHub repo, two different interfaces. I don't see the impact of long or waiting pull requests in the overall pipeline. And then I look at it from my my team point of view, and my senior developers are overloaded with delivering features, as is in our first example. They're being asked to review code, and then we've got a whole bunch of junior developers that these senior people are also required or being asked to train and bring them up to speed. Now, if I remember the Phoenix project, there was that discussion around Brent the superhero. All work went to Brent, and it became realized that Brent was actually the bottleneck in slowing everything down. Same type of situation. So there's a number of ways that an organization could look at this. We could, the feature teams or the individuals, the developers could have discussions with their managers and say, we need help. Please hire some more senior people. We understand, we've got to bring our junior people up to speed, but we could really use some help here. The other one is, why don't I look across my value stream and across the pipeline and understand how the work is distributed and what is the priority of work or the complexity of that work, and then reassign work. I remember in my junior coding days, there's nothing wrong with a junior developer doing a peer review of another junior developer's code. Hopefully they're at the same level, overseen by a senior person if that's necessary. But we could certainly allocate some of the review responsibilities to the junior team. I don't think that, dedicating the senior developers to just doing reviews and measuring them on those reviews without taking consideration into the mentoring and the other work is an outcome that would achieve the results that the business is looking for. So again, the value stream capability of visualizing that data, single dashboard, understanding the priority or the complexity of the work being asked or assigned to a particular individual, and how is that work distributed across the team, goes a long way in helping perhaps me as the team lead in assigning the work to the right resource. And we find that balance. You don't want to overload your Brents of the world because you're just going to create a bottleneck. Accurately distribute the work based on previous knowledge. Again, that will go a long way in communicating up that we're working on it. We could use your help. You could hire some more senior developers, or this is the approach we're going to take. But it opens up that dialogue again.
Exactly. We range here from problems that management can, quote, fix by changing the hiring mix to things the team may be able to just take on themselves, change who does what kind of review, redistribute the work, be more effective. And either way, I think the team itself is going to be happier. People are going to get their reviews done more quickly, and we're not going to ask our senior developers to do both the hardest development and all the reviews. That should take some stress down and make everybody more effective. And
well, the other side of it is that if management comes at the development teams with these tailorist type of demands, you're going to do it my way, I'm going to measure you. If you don't meet my needs, then I'm going to penalize you. People will start gaming the system.
Yeah, this one's really easy to do. You just accept all the pull requests and you don't review them. Problem solved.
Well, the problems are solved for development, but they're going to end up in production potentially. And then there's the old meme of the not my problem anymore, it's ops problems now. You don't want to do that. We're all in this together, business, management, developers, operations, like the whole team. We're all in this together. It's our problem to solve. Let's work together to solve it.
Yeah, so that's what VSM should be doing for us, right? It'll help us with audit, but the biggest value is going to be giving us the data and the views that spark the right kind of conversations so we can improve ourselves. It's not going to tell us the answers, but it is going to tell us what we should look at and what we should talk about. So that's how we certainly encourage you to use value stream management tools. We know as a vendor of value stream management tools that we need to make our products conducive to this sort of thing, right? The sort of views that a senior manager is going to look at, let's not put developers' names there. Let's talk about the team performance. Within the team, as they're trying to work on their dynamics, let's go see if all of the hard issues are assigned to a single individual we'll have some names there. But we just want to make sure that we do this well, we protect the developers, and we encourage those right kind of conversations. Thank you for listening to us, and we hope this was valuable for you. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Today we're going to talk about getting started with value stream management. To introduce myself, my name is Jeff Keyes. I'm a head of product here in product marketing at Plutora. By background, I'm a longtime developer, turned development manager, turned consulting, turned product manager, turned product marketer, and many roles in between. And in my journeys of being involved with mostly startup companies, I've seen a lot of pipelines and transformed a lot of pipelines, having made many, many mistakes along the way. So some of the concepts you're going to hear today have personal significance to me, simply because if there's a mistake to be made, I've probably made them. Value stream management has significance to me because it's really a brand new category of types of tooling and methodology, looking at how to improve software delivery in its total. But to define it, let's first get into a few bits about value stream management. We have to first understand value streams. A value stream is anything that and everything really that it takes to deliver a product or service from idea to production. That entirety of steps, activities, processes, from where the idea is conceived to by the time it gets delivered to the customer. Remember that a value stream is thinking about those steps from the perspective of the customer. The origins of value streams come from lean methodology and agile ways of working. Well, what is then value stream mapping? You know, it's funny, the first time I heard the concept of value stream mapping was actually in a lean development book by Mary Popovdick, and I quickly disregarded it to my detriment. Value stream mapping is a really cool tool that is from lean that helps you visualize, collaborate, and improve the software development process. In essence, it's a high-level bird's eye view of the value stream as well as the steps it takes to deliver it. The act of value stream mapping itself can't really remove waste, but it does make the inefficiencies visible. To some, it may seem like a waste in terms of time and process, but I'll tell you the results that you get by analyzing it on a periodic basis are well worth the effort that you'll invest into it. Its goal in highlighting the lengthy cycle times and lead times will realize value and produce results in terms of the kinds of areas that you should do improvements, and ultimately lead you to the bottlenecks in the process as you create your next steps for improvement. Well, what is then value stream management? Because that's such a bigger term because it has that management word in there. It must be something more complicated. In essence, management and mapping are very different. Mapping is looking at the process. Management is a combination of the people's tools and technologies that map and optimize and help you visualize the business value flow. Don't forget governing that process. And some key aspects of doing that is that these value streams flow between heterogeneous software delivery pipelines, meaning there are different technologies, different methodologies, different tooling and teams, and oftentimes these are geographically dispersed. And you've got to find a way to normalize all that into one system so you can standardize your management and your metrics and realizing the improvements that you're going to make for each one. So value stream management improves the speed and quality of software creation by capturing, visualizing, and analyzing the critical factors of every delivery process, because then the bottlenecks become visible. Value stream management also ensures organizational alignment of software development with business strategy and ensures visibility and analytics that show you what's working, what's not. And it gives you visibility into the entirety of the process, independent of whatever tool or technology. That's its secret sauce. A lot of that is broken into the key pieces that you're able to converge the tool chain and make that seem as one because it interconnects things together. By providing business intelligence on top, you can now have the visualizations into the bottlenecks and see what's not working. On top of it, value stream management platforms provide both automation, orchestration, and governance, because included in the orchestration are standard templates that provide best practices into each software pipeline. So how do you get started? What do you need to get going? Organizations getting started with value stream management of any tooling kind of follow a standard process. And we're going to talk about that today in what we're doing. That process is basically looking at doing a value stream mapping exercise, and using that information to nail down the goals of where we're going to go, incorporating some tooling that's going to integrate into our DevOps and legacy pipelines so that we can map the processes and measure the results, and then evaluate opportunities for future improvement, and then iterate on that process. So, these steps are pretty straightforward, but there's a lot to them as you start to dig into them for what you do next. The very first step that you need to figure out when you're looking at improvement is to really decide on what are your goals. Because without a clear goal, without a clear goal of where you're going, any road will take you there. But you need to decide, first of all, of the things that are not working, what's the most important? Is it the fact that you're having stability problems? Is it quality, customer satisfaction? Or like most people, is it just, I got to get crap done faster, and time to market is my key thing? Once you've got your goals figured out, you're going to break down your value stream mapping into a couple of sessions, and don't try to do them both at the same time. It's important to get people in to understand that first you're going to get a good understanding of where you're currently at on your current pipelines, and picking a pipeline to look at its improvement. And then you're going to do a second session to look at what you want to improve and what that future state could look like. And in doing that future state, you're going to have some ideas that have experiments that you're going to try to run, meaning I'm going to improve this area or this other area for workflow automation, or just simply process. You might bring in additional tooling, you might bring in additional people, but the value is you're going to create a bet, an experiment about how you plan to improve, and use that, and then use the tooling to measure the difference. So when we get into the first step of doing a value stream mapping session, and we've got a number of different webinars on the Platora website that actually walk you through deep dives of doing current state value stream mapping. I highly suggest go in and listen to them. They're good, but at the high level, you're going to set a value stream mapping scope, meaning, do you want to look at the entirety of the process so you can start to break down where those areas are? Do you want to look at just the deployment process or the delivery area? Do you want to look at your backlog grooming? But you need to really drill into the area that you really want to invest into. And if the goal is you don't really know where to start, then start at the high level and look at the overall process from beginning to end. From the customer perspective, how do we take ideas and work on them to the point in time we deliver? And you'll break that down into stages. So this is where it's important. You've got to have the right people in the room that understand the process. Oftentimes in a value stream mapping exercise for current state, a lot of people have big discoveries that they didn't know the things that went on. So key aspects of this is you need to identify where the value stream starts and where it ends, map the steps of the process, and kind of rough out how much time is actively being worked on for each item, and how much time is active, is where those work items are waiting. So the touch time, the value add time, is really the elapsed time that people are actually working on stuff during that step. It's not a capacity of 50 time. Think of it of like 50 man hours. Think of it in terms of how many calendar days is this being worked on by the team. And then once they're done with it and set it aside waiting for the next steps, the wait time is how much time does it sit waiting to be picked up and move forward. And you need to think about which teams and roles are required in this, because they're going to be the ones offering the rough, well, I think it's about this much, and that's okay. Estimates are good here. You need to think about what percentage of time the people are actually working during this elapsed time, as well as what percentage of time the work is, not really being done to the best quality, or is the wrong work, leading to being reworked. There's a percentage that's calculated, which is a percent complete and accurate, or also known as percent rework, which is the opposite, and putting that all together. And you'll get some calculations to understand, well, what's the total time it takes from idea to production? So from beginning to end, which is your lead time. The cycle time is a calculation that adds up how much actual time did we spend working on it in total. And then you'll kind of get an overall idea of how much time is just being set and that's waste. And to visualize it, you could think of it as the amount of time that we spend on the top looking at all of the days working, and the wasted time is all the days on the bottom. Well, the next session you'll do is looking at a future state. And this is where some of the intelligence comes in. Go, we have a low quality. I mean, we do a lot of rework in a particular area. So we should focus on that because it's a high inefficiency area. Or there's particular sections where we know that there's inefficiencies that we could improve. And so we'll make some bets looking at the overall amount of time from a duration standpoint that we spend on things. And we'll make some bets. And we'll think, gosh, if I do some automation, I can reduce my dev time down so I don't have to have them doing manual scans and code coverage. Maybe I've got better stuff I can do in my CI processes, or I can do some automated delivery, and I could just reduce things down. All of these calculations, I'll do my same calculations of touch time and wait time to come up with a new lead time overall as a percent improvement. That's my business case. With my business case in hand, I've got a bunch of objectives and things that I'm going to go work on, because now I know my before and after, and I can start to do some interesting calculations with it. Overall, you need to now bring this set of value stream mapping experience into a world where you can have some really significant improvements on it. And this is where you bring value stream management and value stream mapping together. In essence, the next step of this process is to make a plan around how you're going to fix those things. You're going to fix those things, and then you're going to get data back from the system to say, well, how well did I do? And your bets will be, more or less on or off, and you'll adjust. And then after a period of time, when you hit a steady state in the new process, hopefully it's improved, you'll repeat the process and do it again. When you're looking at capturing value stream processes in your tools, you need to measure each step of the value stream and the impact of those change experiments, if you will, to look at where these things are going. The purpose of digital transformation and the purpose of a DevOps culture isn't to say we've now arrived. It's implementing this new style where we're consistently and constantly running experiments to see what works. And the key is measuring the results of what we did. As you look, for example, in what we just talked about, you can look at different stages of things and think to yourself, well, gosh, as we measure the results, I can now prove and provide a resultant value to the effort we did to improve the pipeline. And this much more value was delivered through the system by making improvements to the engine itself, the engine of software delivery. All of these things are really part of a value cycle that live together in producing software that's similar to the DevOps cycle. We like to call it the value cycle, where you're continuously improving and continuously working with your portfolio, with how you integrate software, how you continuously integrate and continuously deliver software. Meanwhile, there's a background of continuous insights and analytics that drive your efforts and your experiments. Metrics are critical, because without metrics, you don't really know where you're going. It's a tree falls in a forest, no one hears it. Did it really make a sound? If you really made an improvement, but you have no metrics to prove it, does it really matter? Yeah, sure, maybe, but you need to be able to prove what you did. Some of the metrics you should definitely be looking at as part of your value cycle delivery would certainly live in the camp of DevOps metrics. And these are well known and well talked about that we don't need to discuss in a lot of detail here. other than to say that any value stream management platform worth its weight ought to be producing some of these metrics that you can dive into. But beyond just the DevOps metrics, which focus on check-in to delivery, you ought to look at deeper metrics, those metrics that look at the full pipeline. We like to look at those and call them value stream metrics. Those things from when the work item was approved to when it was actually delivered. You still have the same issues that, there's no getting around it. There's going to be wait states in every single software pipeline. It's just the way it is. But you need to look at how much was that lead time? How much was actually worked on through that? Some of the key metrics that we like to look at in Plutora are lead time. Not lead time from a DevOps perspective, but lead time. How much time did it take from the time that the item was accepted all the way through? Or throughput. How fast can we actually deliver things? And how much stuff can we fit into that pipe over a particular period of time? The efficiency, meaning, active time versus non-active time. We'd love to have, for every single work item, to have it have 100% active time. It's not realistic, but let's work on improving it. And the cycle time is reducing the amount of time it takes of how much time does it really take to define and work that stuff through, limiting our work in progress and managing the actual capacity of that work items that are going through. And then the work breakdown, the proportion of work item types and looking at what kinds of things. Specifically here, it's interesting to look at planned versus unplanned work, because unplanned work means we're interrupting our software factory to deal with stuff that we didn't do right the first time or didn't think about right the first time. That disruption is expensive in terms of the overall process. Now, value stream management platforms are a new category of tools. If you haven't read the Forrester Wave, I highly recommend it. I think Forrester was insightful in how they've laid out the whole industry, and of which Plutora is one of the market leaders. We're here providing these tools to you to help you in your journey to deliver better software faster. At the end of the day, that's what we're all about, is together we've got to elevate the kind of software that we deliver. Software's eating the world, and being able to provide high quality software better is the key differentiator for all of us. So with the amount of development time that we have and the amount of effort that we spend, let's continuously improve. Let's continuously put a system in place so that we can use lean principles to make software delivery better. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Dave Rubenstein here. Hope you've been enjoying our sessions so far. I'd like to take this time to tell you a little bit now about our sponsors and encourage you after the keynotes to visit them in their own channels within our Slack community. You can find the link to it on this page here. First, our premium sponsors. ConnectAll is a company dedicated to helping customers achieve higher levels of agility, traceability, predictability, and velocity. They do this by connecting people, processes, and teams across the software development and delivery value stream. ConnectAll's value stream management solution allows companies to visualize their end-to-end value stream and align digital initiatives to business outcomes. This improves the speed at which they deliver software. With ConnectAll, you can deliver the self-service digital experience your customers demand, driving increased revenue and improving customer, partner, and employee satisfaction. Next is Plutora, the market leader of value stream management solutions for enterprise IT. They enable organizations to accelerate software delivery while improving quality and managing risk. The Plutora platform improves the speed and quality of software creation by capturing, visualizing, and analyzing critical indicators of every aspect of the software development and delivery process. Plutora orchestrates release pipelines across a diverse ecosystem of development methodologies, manages hybrid test environments, correlates data from existing tool chains, and incorporates test metrics gathered at every step. Plutora helps organizations achieve their goals by aligning remote software development teams with business strategy through complete value stream visibility, automated governance that delivers continuous compliance, and guiding continuous improvement through the measured outcomes of each effort. I'd also now like to recognize Digital.ai, an industry-leading technology company dedicated to helping global 5,000 enterprises achieve their digital transformation goals. Using value stream management as its cornerstone, Digital.ai combines innovative technologies in agile planning, application protection, software testing and delivery, and artificial intelligence into a unified value stream platform. Digital.ai makes it possible to connect software development and delivery efforts to strategic business outcomes and create secure digital experiences that customers trust. Recently named a leader in the Forrester Value Stream Management Solutions Wave, Digital.ai received top scores in product vision and roadmap, value delivery, predictive analysis, tool integration, and more, making it an ideal solution for companies looking to accelerate their digital transformation efforts in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. You can learn more at www.digital.ai. I'd also like to thank our executive sponsor, HCL Software. During this event, they're polling our attendees to collect data on the state of adoption of value stream management. Please help with this effort by taking just a couple of minutes to respond to the questionnaire, which is also accessible on this website. Look under the assets listed for HCL and you'll find a link there. Finally, thanks to supporting sponsor TaskTop, which was also named a leader in the Forrester Value Stream Management Solution Waves published this week. I again invite you into our Slack community where you can visit TaskTop and all of our sponsors. Hope you have a great rest of your day. So long.
My name is Bob Davis, and I'm the CMO of Futura. And I first want to tell you I am delighted to be here. It is so exciting to be a part of the first virtual VSM developer conference. I can't even tell you. And part of the reason I'm so excited is it feels like this particular event is actually a testimony of how far we've come. VSM is only 2 years old, in the software context, that is. It was only in the second half of 2018 that Chris Kondo, as part of Forrester Research, started to write a series of reports that chronicled value stream management. It looked at the capabilities and features that would be required in providing a competent value stream management solution. It looked at the vendors that were starting to mass and provide solutions in this space, and it talked about their perspectives. It looked at whether or not they were coming from a planning point of view or a DevOps point of view, or whatever else point of view, and how that might color the perspective of their solutions, where they might be strong, where they might be weak. And all of that culminated in the new wave, which was published on August 6th, that together with the other reports really set aside the ecosystem, the capabilities, the strengths and weaknesses, and really the state of the maturity of the market of value stream management. That was 2 years ago. Fast forward to today, and a ton has happened. The world has changed. We have no end in webinars that would chronicle the fact that software is eating the world, that every company is becoming a software company, and their success will be defined by their software capabilities and their ability to delight their customers. The pandemic has further given digital transformation a real kick in the ass. It's so important to have a clean, solid process with visibility from idea to cache. And when I've gone from co-located teams to autonomous distributed teams to autonomous distributed teams with distributed teammates, I need a solution that can tie all those things together and give me visibility where things are working and not working so that I can optimize what I'm delivering to my customer. So the mission of any organization delivering software, and that means any organization, with any organization being a software company, that mission is to deliver value, to the customer. The success of a project should be measured on, did it achieve that value? That's what the ultimate core is. But in order to do that, I need to start to look at the process, look inside the process, and start to look at the capabilities, the KPIs. Where are my bottlenecks? Where are my problems? And it'll be those things that I focus on, that I want to fix, that I want to get good at, so that I can become a software juggernaut and deliver high quality software faster that delights my customers. To manage that transition, we have to measure stuff. And that brings me to kind of the point of this talk. As you go through the day, you're going to learn quite a bit about what KPIs are needed, what KPIs are keys to success, what they mean, how you can get that information, and so forth. I mean, the fact of the matter is that VSM and the capabilities that span the offerings of VSM, you can measure anything. But that's not the point. Remember, the point is, how can a company deliver value to their customers? Not how can they measure all their KPIs. So the KPIs are the stepping stone to succeeding in delivering value to the customer. As you think about these metrics, before you start to go too far, it might be time to have a quick word about metrics in general. I hear pushback sometimes. I hear pushback about metrics that say, I don't know that I want to be measured like that. It feels like micromanagement. It feels like Big Brother. Well, I would like to encourage you to not be afraid of the metrics. The point of the metrics is not judgment. The point of the metrics is not retribution. the point of the metrics is to understand where efficiencies are or are not, to understand where I have problems so I know where to focus my solutions. In the theory of constraints, I've got to focus on the area of the biggest constraint in order to provide an improvement in my process. That's why we need the metrics. So don't be afraid of them. I find a solid set of advice is to focus at the team level. Keep the metrics associated with the team. How is the team doing? Because the best, most competent team members can suffer from process gaps, gaps in information and communication, that will conspire against them being efficient, having nothing to do with their competence, but everything to do with the maturity of the process. So largely, it's those processes and the complexities of the handoffs and the dependencies that different parts of the business might have as they try to release features. When intervention needs to occur, how do I manage those things? That's what the metrics need. That's why they're there. So don't be afraid of them. Don't push back on them. They're needed. And one final comment on that is I was reading an interesting article yesterday. Actually, I think it was a TV show where they were talking about the new normal with remote work from home workers on collaborative teams. And, the notion that as people find themselves working alone in their home offices, human contact and human connection is at a premium in order to keep people happy, motivated, and excited. But the other thing that's at a premium is a lack of intervention from the manager. In other words, people don't want to be micromanaged. The study said that people are at their most productive when they feel trusted, when they understand their role, and they can just get their work done. So that in the same time, when human contact is at a premium, management intervention needs to be at a minimum. In order to do that, I need to have dashboards and information that anybody in the team can monitor progress, understand efficiencies without being intrusive and distracting to the development process itself. That is super critical. So with that in mind, a really important place to start is the place where you're going to see the view from idea to cash of where the problems are. And that process is called value stream mapping. And that exercise is starting to pop up from consultants. There are products that provide the value stream management insight, value stream mapping insight. But that exercise will illuminate all those areas where the largest gains can be made. Identify those gains and then embark on solving those problems. But don't obsess. Don't stop on one single metric type. Because if you do, and you get overly focused on it, mistakes can be made. People use these metrics for a lot of ways. They use these metrics to compensate teams. They use these metrics to motivate teams. They use these metrics to reduce the complexities that conspire against efficiency. As you get good at one, as you solve and you understand it, the bottleneck will move. So you're going to need to master more than just one metric. You're going to need to look at your development process from many different places. So don't auger down in one. Don't obsess with one. Here's a quick example. People talk about throughput, the velocity. What's my velocity, through the pipeline? But to make my point, think of the elite value stream management organization that's delivering releases to their production on an on-demand basis. That as soon as that release is done and it's needed, I can send it out the door. Okay? So with that on-demand, release, all of a sudden throughput becomes less important. Because it's not about how long did it take, It's about, did it come out when the requirement was needed? And so the metric is going to change. And how I want to look at that metric changes. So keep the goal in mind, deliver value. The process requirement in mind, become more efficient. And then watch where you focus your time so that you're constantly improving and applying that level of analysis on the next big bottleneck. And I love, there was a comment made in the premise of the company in the write-up around this VSM DevCon conference. And it said, and I quote, "Value stream management concepts are critical when the product changes frequently due to opportunities in the market, the materials change due to the complexities of modern software architectures, and the means of delivery and output is often changing based on customer demands and expectations." With all that change, dare I say, you want to be agile as you mature, as you get to be an expert in managing one part of the process that you leveraged a certain set of KPIs to get good at. You want to evolve to the next level of KPIs to manage that process. So you're constantly going to be moving forward and dealing with that. So to summarize, in order to get to the other side of the bank, into the value delivered, you're going to really want to keep 4 things in mind. First of all, keep your eye on the prize. You want to delight your customers. You want to deliver value. That's ultimately going to be the biggest measure for your success. So you're ultimately going to want to understand what the business gleaned from a successful software delivery. When I did this release, did my NPS score go up? Are customers more excited, delighted with my product? When I had the release, did their So to summarize, there are 4 things to keep in mind when you're establishing metrics in digital transformation. First of all, keep your eye on the prize. Your prize is to deliver value. Your prize is to delight your customers, to have them coming back for more and utilizing the mechanisms that you're enabling with software as the key interaction points and value points for your customers to be successful. Ultimately, you'll want to use that as the measure of your success. The other KPIs are stepping stones to get to that point. The second thing is establish a culture of analysis and improvement, not checkboxes and judgment. Your improvement has to tie to the value that you've delivered. Okay? So you definitely want to not feel threatened by the metrics. You want to feel emboldened by them. You want to feel like they're the golden ticket that's getting you on the improvement train. And with that, the third thing is, with that continuous improvement, your bottlenecks will move. Your visibility requirements will evolve. So you're going to want to be looking at different things as you mature and get better. It's funny, it kind of reminded me of a Thomas Jefferson quote, which was, in response to somebody saying that he hadn't yet, come to an answer with his invention, his comment was, "Oh, I'm still confused. I'm just confused at a much higher level." So you'll stop being confused on one point, but now you're going to be trying to solve a bigger problem, and you want to solve that with even, different metrics. So the point is to be agile. The point is that as you solve one thing, apply the same techniques to the next and constantly get better. And the 4th thing is, hey, look, it's a process, not an event. So this is something that you're always going to be working on. So the bottom line is, you want to if you're delighting your customer, value stream management is a data-driven way of maintaining an eye on your customer centricity. And if you do that, you'll be successful. So pick the metrics that take you on that journey and enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today in this virtual conference with the SD Times. We're talking about value stream management, and I put a presentation together that talks about who controlled the flow and who controls the flow in value stream management. So the story goes, I was at a conference, and I was sitting at a table, and I met with a couple CIOs. And we started to have this discussion about the difference between the flow in manufacturing and software delivery. And at the end of that, I came to this unique understanding that we may be looking at this wrong. And the reason why I come to that understanding is because we all do know that 80% of the work in software delivery is really management work, deciding what to do, brainstorming, waiting for things to come back. And the other 20% is actually, I call it the material flow, or the flow of code into production. And we focus most of our attention on just that, code to deploy. And last year was the year of the value stream, but it may be shifting our mindset back a little bit. And I think we need to rethink this value stream thing a little bit. And our traditional view may be a little bit flawed, and I think we need to look at it in a kind of a different way. And let me walk you through that. Let me start with a value stream map. Now, this is a value stream map. We've all seen them. And these are complicated ones. They're a little bit more detailed from manufacturing. I'm not going to go through those with you, but let me take a simple one and go through it with you. So this is a simple value stream map. Let me go ahead and hide my video. And you can see that right down through there's supplier, which brought the raw materials in. There's customer. There's milling, forge, grind, inspection. I started my career in aerospace in a heat treat company where we take raw material metal, we go through the heat treat process. A lot of those were turbine blades and so on. And I worked for a turbine blade manufacturer for a while, so it's pretty similar to that. And this is very rudimentary flow, but let me walk you through it, and then I'll come back and explain some pieces to it. So a customer puts an order in. Automatically, the production control team creates a work order. That work order then goes out to the shop floor and is placed with the raw material in milling. And it sits there till it's ready to be picked up. Then, after they go through their prep time, they go through and they produce that work order, and then it sits here back in inventory waiting to go to forge. And you can see we start to measure the time and all that, and we do that in software delivery as well. So let's go through the next stage. So then that goes into forge and sits in inventory waiting to go to grind, but at the same time, production control says we need another work order to fill that order into production. That comes into milling, takes material from inventory, moves along. Through all of this, production control is making sure that all the materials that are needed are provided, and they produce a daily schedule to make sure that these things are flowing. When material flows from one to the other, let's say forge to grind, production control makes sure that that material is from inventory to grind to get ready to work. They do that on the daily schedule every morning, and the person that does that is called an expediter. He makes sure that everything's ready to go to move things through. Then some of that work order gets into inspection. It sits there, waits for a while. It's in inventory. Now we've got it all done. It's inventory. It's now sitting in inventory waiting the 30 days to be shipped back to the customer. And production control is controlling all of this, making sure that this happens seamlessly. They're the ones that put the tickets out there, the workflow tickets, the work orders and their rework orders, and make sure everything flows in there. And that's the information flow that they're managing. And let's take a look at this from a software delivery perspective. And how does this apply? So what we've been saying in industry is this. We've been showing this. This is a simple value stream map. Feature request, plan, design, build, test, deploy. There's different phases. There's plan, build, run. There's all of these, and we talk about managing these things from plan to code and production. And I think there's something missing in that, right? I think that looks a lot like waterfall. And we may be going back to waterfall with some of the things we're saying. And where is this thought of controlling the flow of information throughout there? Where is this concept as we look at this in the planning phase of production control? We're not mapping that or looking at or understanding that. What is production control in manufacturing? And as part of that whole discussion I had, production control is the master schedule materials manager, the engineer that designed the process so that you could go through and deliver software. Expediters make sure everything's right and they're moving parts and work orders around the shop floor. And of course, quality assurance going there. And they are controlling the flow. They create control out of chaos. They create control for the chaos. So where's production and software control in manufacturing? And if you don't have production control in manufacturing, these are the things that are going to happen. You're going to miss delivery dates, unsatisfied customers. You're going to have a lack of visibility and predictability. So as a customer, if you work with a company like that, you're not sure your orders are going to come back on time, or they're going to have the right quality checks. So it's really important for all manufacturing organizations to have a production control team. Now, I kind of got a feeling, probably as I'm halfway through this presentation, you might be thinking this. Now, Lance, I can tell that you are one of those people from manufacturing, which I am, who is trying to enforce some of these manufacturing principles on software and delivery and software delivery. Well, the truth is, no, I'm not. I don't think that some of these principles that I just went over apply. And that's why I think we need to rethink the value stream, or rethink how we're talking about value stream management in software delivery today. You know, the work into software delivery is different every time. What I showed a flow of was the same materials, the same thing, a design flow of work. That doesn't happen in software delivery. Things are different sizes, and they get broken down differently and delivered differently. And most of your value streams have grown organically. And it's not linear in the same way to deliver that one thing. And this is what makes software delivery and IT so unpredictable. When different sizes come into your work orders or your requests or your epics, they're all going to be different sizes. Initiatives are going to be different sizes. And that's what makes IT so unpredictable and software delivery. And it's so important today to get more predictable with software delivery. Your customers today are expecting a really well-designed digital experience from you. And we all remember the story of Netflix compared to Blockbuster, right? And in these times right now, as we're all self-isolating and we're, got to be so many feet apart and we're working from home, everybody expects to self-serve from your organization. I want to self-serve in my employees. I want to self-serve as your suppliers. I want to do all that and work with you in a digital way, no longer in the personal way. And it's just accentuated the need to be more predictable in software delivery. So who does control the flow in software delivery? And moreover, how can you control the flow more appropriately by paying attention to the two areas of flow that I talked about earlier? Now, if you look at this simple map, you can see that planning is all at the front of it, but that's not really how it really happens. I'm very certain that does not happen that way unless you're doing some waterfall. And of course, there's feedback loops through all this as well. But what I say is this: to make IT more predictable, material and information have to flow in parallel. You need to be able to put together better planning and get visibility of that. So to make IT predictable, you need to be able to see everything flowing through your software delivery and have a method to see that. That's where a governance model comes in place. Now, I'm not the first one to talk about governance models, but I haven't heard anybody else talk about governance models in software delivery. So let me take you through what I mean and actually build it out. So here's a simple governance model. Now, everybody should have some type of a governance model in their organization. And if you look at, here's the requests come in to intake, approval, design, call that your portfolio tier if you want to. I call it the information flow. And that goes into a backlog, and that's agile. And this is multi-dimensional. That request could have backlog items that go on many delivery teams and many operational flow as well. And to move this through, the work comes in, and now I'm going to have to go to the next stage. And let me walk you through this. So that work actually goes to approval. So let's say it goes into your clarity system, and then everybody's got to approve it and make sure it gets approved. And you have to manage and look at the time of everything when you're doing a value stream map for this. Okay, it's been approved, it's gone into design, and that design will then start to put user stories or tasks, but mostly user stories in my scenario, onto a backlog. And again, it could go onto other backlogs. And as you continue to design and break that down, more user stories come in. Then the team takes those user stories, and then they start to plan them, and your epic moves into development. And they're planning through the system. Then they're in a sprint. That puts them in process. Then, of course, people are checking out the code, working on that, part of the operational flow, or they're getting environments they need to produce that. And then it goes to build, test, and release. And your third one comes into your next sprint. And you move that forward as well. And you can see now it's moving forward here. Your third user story is in test, and tasks to be a part of this. You can have multiple stage governance models, more than 2 if you want, or 3 as I'm kind of showing here. Then everything moves into deploy. So that code with those user stories and epics is all moving to deployed, and it's all connected through the information flow. The next step is, of course, that moves into operations, but it's not over with that, of course. Then we have feedback loops on things that are going on that moves things back to request and intake, and those, of course, could be defects. So now that you've just kind of seen how information can flow, and this is a basic one, you may have your own, but this is how I propose we start looking at value streams in software delivery. And if we don't start doing this, things are going to be kind of chaotic. They're going to be all over the place. Without a governance model, you have some unsatisfied customers. You're going to have lack of visibility, poor quality. These things aren't going to flow in the same way. And if we don't look at value stream like this, there's no way for any value stream management solution to gather some of those lean metrics outside of just the flow of code. So the other thing that's really important is this concept. You need a value stream leader. And the value stream leader is here to enforce, set up, create the governance model so that you can get visibility and understand how things are going through. And in software, what I've seen is a lot of people really appreciate the governance model because as they're working on a user story, they can see why and what it's related to and how it connects. So the value stream leader is starting to become this concept that will be really key as we move forward in this market of value stream management in software delivery. What does that person look like? Again, I said this earlier, creates the governance model. His job is to create flow through your organization, make sure that you can get the epics to the user stories, and so on. Normally, that's somebody in a higher level type of position in your organization. And oversees all of the flow of all the things that come together and has a great understanding of how that relates. And any value stream management solution should be able to connect all those tools in your software delivery pipeline or in software delivery, including all those other ones. Understand governance models. So this is where you look at hierarchies of things and give the value stream management leader the right alerts, the right information in order to improve the flow, find bottlenecks, or present them to the person in the analytics and reports. So to end my presentation, who controls the flow? Your value stream leader and your governance model will allow you to be really effective in value stream management and software delivery.
Hello, I'm David Williams, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Digital.ai, the leading provider of value stream management. In this presentation, I will be explaining what value stream management is and the significant importance it has in playing a part in organizations delivering digital transformation to their business. So why value streams? In today's digital world, change is constant. Software is developed without pause, smaller incremental improvements are delivered with greater frequency, and consumer experience and bottom line growth is how businesses measure their value. Digital transformation is a key business driver. To the adoption of DevOps and agile practices in enterprises, they seek to transform how software is developed and delivered against measurable business outcome objectives. Data in organizations is transformational, and the software applications being managed this way does not always give the visibility that people need to actually measure what the actual result is of their DevOps practices. To meet this challenge, software organizations are turning to value stream management. It's a way to manage and measure the software change as it directly impacts the business. So value stream management means different things to different people. It can mean business value, customer value, shareholder value, anything that has a financial specific outcome. However, value can be measured against non-financial things as well, such as customer satisfaction, customer loyalty, operational efficiency. When it comes to software delivery, however, there are two types of value streams. The first one is the business value stream. This can be patient billing, insurance claims, online banking process, or anything in a customer fulfillment process. These are the streams that organizations use to run their business. This is how the end user looks at IT. Each step in the stream represents a customer value. Each step in the stream can also be a step in other business streams. The DevOps value stream contains the steps and activities required to develop and release software. These can be multiple DevOps streams delivering value to business streams. But unlike the business stream, the DevOps stream looks at the individual pieces of what it takes to deliver software to the business. Each one of them creates a bigger value as it goes along. So software change has become really an important thing to actually have managed. And value streams and business streams need to be associated. Today, they're not associated, which means that as development groups get together and they develop software, the inclination is to work faster, be more agile, get things out the door quicker. The trouble is, all those activities within the development stream don't necessarily translate to value to the business. So the faster the activity happens in development does not translate to improved service to customers. So this is where the business value stream and the development value stream need to be integrated to solve the problem. Once the development value stream has value measured upon the business value stream outcome, that is what the business is really looking for. How does IT move the needle and is measurable against a true business outcome? So there are different types of value streams and visibility controls that you look at. There are things that actually move a little bit faster, and historically, people looked at project outcomes. What can the project do? So these types of environments are changing. This is an evolution. So project-driven management usually includes tool chains, things that link together. So planning leads to the building, leads to the releasing, leads to operational controls. That is a chain, and it's usually individual. Each area requires its own view and has its own measurements. This has moved very quickly to DevOps value streams. And that was about how do you automate and integrate the tool chain to deliver software at velocity. And it required collaboration, teamwork, and continuous flow of information and work as it goes through the value stream into what was called a value stream. However, outcome-driven requires a true business value stream alignment. So what that means is everything that goes into the DevOps value stream needs to be driven by a business value stream outcome objective. It still requires a continuous flow of value, but what it also provides is each individual piece of software that moves through the value stream, through the DevOps value stream, actually has an outcome base that's outcome-based in regards to what it does to the business. So every time someone moves into a project, they can see what they're doing as it contributes to the business. That is something different than has happened, still happens today. It is how companies are moving forward. It enables them to actually balance where do the development focus, what are they doing, and how productive are they in respect to what the business requires, not in respect to how fast they can deliver software. So what are the sort of things that you need to look out for when you have a technology that manages this? Well, first of all, it requires the ability to map. What are the business requirements delivered in the software deliverables against the measurable outcomes? So what am I doing that enables me to deliver business measurements? And it requires me to actually map all the things that I need to understand about how the software contributes to the business value stream. It needs to have an outcome measurement. So as you map your flow through the system, you need to understand what exactly are we doing in support of that business outcome? How good has the test got to be? Has the test actually got to require me to look at the production side to make sure that when the test occurred, can it actually provide me with value on the business side of the equation? So test is fantastic. It tested. Now I want to be able to test what did that test mean when it went into production. That's how I need to map and understand how these pieces fit together to meet that business outcome. To do that, it requires context. Context enables me to keep business alignment. So as things get moved into plan, epics and stories get created, I, as a person that's a contributor to the value stream, the DevOps value stream, I need to understand what is coming down the value stream. I need to understand what the value that I'm putting into it myself. If I'm coding, I need to understand what is it that I'm coding? Why am I coding it? I also need to understand when I release that code and we build it and it goes out into production, I would like to understand what was the impact of what I built in the production environment. That enables me to have full visibility from when it's set up and what the objectives are, all the way through to when I release it and what the objective achievement was in respect to the business. Interoperable. Technology has to be interoperable. Integrations between the technologies, making sure that as things flow through it, it's orchestrated correctly and the workflows work through the technology. And again, enables me to overflow the context across my integrations. I need insights into the design. What did it get designed for? How is it actually going to be measured when it goes out the door? And how does it actually work as it goes through the system? So as I say, I should be able to look up and down the value stream and understand what it is I'm going to be getting and what it was that the result that I achieved. Did it actually move the needle on the business? Predictable, I need to understand what is going on. How can I measure this? Am I doing something that can be achieved better as we go forward? So as you can tell, this is all the areas that you really need to understand that are attributes of a platform. So execution, I need to be able to put the information into the production seamlessly and efficiently. I want to evaluate the impact when it goes into the production environment and into the business. And I want to be able to improve it. If it didn't meet the business objectives that we went out to fix or to improve, I need to be able to put that difference back into the system and then go round again. So unless I can measure it, I can't improve it. So making sure that all these pieces are put together, these are the attributes that make up a VSM management platform. So what is it that you're actually doing in regards to integrating? And to make this a little bit easier to understand, the business value stream is only one step. So typically, if you're modifying something within a development value stream, you're modifying one process or one part of a business value stream. So you really want to understand what part of the value stream am I modifying in the business side. So as I modify all my steps and get my DevOps practices and I release the software, I'm modifying one piece of that value stream, which is part of a much bigger. So you want to have technology that enables you to understand how to measure the value stream above the development value stream. So these two value streams have got to be integrated in some way. And that way I can actually understand how do I improve the business through continual increased development underneath the development value stream. So I bet when people think about this, they say, okay, that makes a lot of sense for the business. But what is in it for the people that actually run the value streams. Why does a value stream help development, testing, release managers, digital transformation managers, the people that are actually part of the value stream? How are they improving their own role? Why would this matter to the people that are actually doing the job? Well, the first thing is it provides greater job security. If you're only measured upon the activity you do, and you don't understand what you actually measure against, it's very difficult for you to say, this is the business value I create. This is what I actually did that moved the business needle. It gives a greater ability to be able to say, I can now be measured against the business priorities and not against pure activity. It also makes me more efficient. So I can now manage my workload because I understand what I'm doing and the contribution it makes to the business outcome. I can prioritize my work more accurately because I know how serious, how important things are as they come through. So I understand exactly what my contribution is and how efficient I can make it to ensure that I can prioritize. I understand how relevant I am. Relevancy is extremely important. People want to understand how do they contribute to a business and how do they help move the needle. So when the business managers claim improvements and growth, each of the development organization, each of the people responsible for the value streams at the development level should understand how what they did contributes to the business outcome. And most of all, it gives satisfaction. If you understand what you are doing as it relates to the business, it gives you the ability to understand your contribution, your full contribution in regards to what I do makes it more efficient. I got better security, I'm more relevant, but it's in line with my own business agenda. I understand what I need to do, and I understand what I need to do is in line with what the business requires me to do. So when it comes to this, you really got to work out what is it that I'm going to be doing that's going to make my life a little bit easier and contribute across the value streams that I'm looking at. So when you actually look at this, an outcome-driven DevOps value stream impacts the whole release lifecycle. Outputs are now delivered, and business outcomes context is increasing both the contribution of each step and the way the organization works and is evaluated. So VSM unifies the business and the DevOps value streams to continuously deliver the business value and gives a seamless digital experience. And these are the typical areas that you will see it cuts across all the different areas from the DevOps value stream, the outputs achieved there, from the outcomes achieved by the business value, and the organizational improvement. These are all the things that VSM brings to today's environment. So finally, this is what we believe a platform looks like that delivers this. There are certain attributes it does. But these are the takeaways that a platform like this will provide in regards to VSM. It needs to have certain attributes that I've mentioned. Mapping, the ability to understand it. It needs full automation. It needs all the things that have been inherently put into products before, but now they're applied to a business value stream outcome. So before it was purely around automation and speed of throughput. Now it's really designed on providing business value. So each of these attributes you find in the platforms and the new VSM technologies is really aimed at enabling you to bridge those two value streams. How does what I do in the DevOps value stream actually adhere to what I need in the business value stream? So certain takeaways are VSM is used to simplify and focus and prioritize the implementation of pipeline activities. Its success is achieved when the DevOps value stream is aligned with the business value stream. VSM tools have attributes. So you will recognize a VSM tool as you actually implement it because it has these attributes. It understands how to keep context. It understands how to map. It understands how to give you visibility. An outcome-driven DevOps value stream impacts each step of the release cycle. That's important to understand that each step of the release cycle is an integral part of delivering overall value. There's not a step that doesn't have a value associated with it in respect to what it's providing the business. And VSM unifies the business and development value streams to continually deliver software that creates business value and gives that customer a seamless digital experience. So this I'd like to summarize as being why value stream management is important to the future. It's the ability to integrate two specific value streams, the business value stream and the DevOps value stream. Independently, they do not, without relating them independently, you cannot measure the value of either. By integrating them, you can measure the value of both. With that, I'd like to thank you for your interest and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for attending. My name is Cormac Foster. I'm a Senior DevOps Evangelist here at GitLab. And today I would like to talk about how to put the management in value stream management and what that means to then reimagine the development process so we can start improving our value flow today. But first, I'd like to start by talking about what value stream management is not. When we think about value stream management, it's important to decouple cool features and ancillary benefits from desired outcomes. It may ruffle some feathers, but I will go on the record as saying that the core desired outcome of value stream management is not a top-down view of your organization's productivity. It's not the ability to prioritize a portfolio of projects every quarter, and it is 100% not about squeezing maximum efficiency out of cost centers, which I air quote for a reason. Value stream management is about taking the data that feeds all of those initiatives and making tactical use of it throughout your organization at every level. If you can do that, then immediately, within the duration of a sprint at least, that makes you more productive. And ultimately, it allows you to fundamentally transform your entire company into a much more nimble, agile, egalitarian organization. So value stream management at its core is a transformational opportunity. And that is a very good thing. Why? Because we've tried top-down transformations for decades and they've almost never worked. So traditional business transformation requires a ton of effort and a ton of luck, and even when it works, it's exhausting. McKinsey will tell you that most digital transformations fail. McKinsey will also tell you that only 8% of companies feel secure in their future if they don't transform. So transformation almost never works, but we need it. So where does that leave us? It leaves us leveraging things like value mapping and end-to-end visibility and all the things you've been hearing about today, not just to inform decision makers at the top, but to build a new culture in which everyone becomes a decision maker throughout the organization because we have all aligned around shared goals and shared metrics at the core. We have an opportunity to completely disassemble a broken culture and remake it in a way that delivers value and efficiency and innovation, but without those very definite risks and kind of hazy benefits of traditional transformation. All of that starts with empowering developers. That's a big idea, but it's not a new one. In the beginning, before Agile, before Lean, before any of that, there was Taiichi Ohno at Toyota Motor Company in the 1940s and beyond. Many of you, I'm sure, are quite familiar with him. He's kind of a legend. He knew that innovation doesn't happen from one great mind at the top. It is the amalgamation of small improvements, small iterations that build towards something useful and unexpected, whether that's a process or a product. The person who invented the wheel probably didn't have the Tesla in mind, but that's where we wound up thousands of years later after hundreds of thousands of iterations. Every assembly line at Toyota had what they called an and-on cord. It's a cord any worker could pull and it stopped the assembly line. It stopped everything, and they used it whenever something could be improved. Something wasn't as good as it could be. Now that could be a machine that actually went out of service and needed to be replaced or fixed, or it could be that there was an idea for a new process, something that made things better for everyone on the assembly line. Now there's a cost to that, and everyone knew that because you were stopping production. It wasn't a request to have a meeting with someone when, the next time the assembly line stopped. It stopped production right there. So it was an important event. But to Toyota, it was important enough that they encouraged people to stop the line when they felt it was right. Matter of fact, the very first thing that a manager was supposed to do when someone stopped the line was walk up to them and say thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to change for the better. Kaizen, a Kaizen event. It was specifically a point Kaizen event. And workers did pull that cord. They pulled it a lot. And because of that, that's a big part of what made Toyota Production System, TPS, the foundation of modern manufacturing and lean thinking and everything that flowed from that. It's 70 years later, and we have a very different factory making very different products. But a lot of things haven't changed. We still have very specialized workers with deep knowledge, and they have great ideas. We surround them by as much automation as possible so they can stay efficient, but they're still trying to make themselves more efficient. Either the processes and tools around them, or just the work that they do. They want to be focused. But they're also working on more complicated tasks that require more creative solutions. Those tasks can be difficult to complete, and they're even harder to explain to the outside world, even when the outside world is part of your company. So how can we use value stream data to bridge that gap and build that same kind of ground up innovation culture that we had in the automobile factory, and marry that to the requirements that we have of the software factory and its more complex processes and tools? To start with, let's decompose what we mean by value stream management. We need a common language, and that language is a shared definition of value. Business schools have existed since the 19th century. We are getting pretty darn good at measuring business value. We know what our North Star metrics are. We have leading indicators that map to lagging indicators of success. We know whether we want to increase lifetime customer value or average selling price or whatever value looks like to us. And we know, at least the business stakeholders know, what the ultimate value of our efforts should be, how it will be measured, and then we use that to define things like team goals through OKRs. It's pretty solid. At this point, the challenge is not understanding relevant business value, it's communicating it outward to other groups that probably have other things on their mind. Now, the stream encompasses the activities between ideation and production. That's all the steps you have to take and all the opportunities you have for waste and errors and delay to get in the way of delivering value. Within the software development world, we are pretty good at mapping and identifying those stages. We have various representations of the software development lifecycle. We have a ton of different frameworks that help us understand how to manage that pretty efficiently. DevOps introduced standardization and a whole bunch of automation to the software development lifecycle, which made it pretty easy to monitor. So we know what a given developer can deliver on average in a given time box, for instance. We know where the most common errors occur. We have a lot of data. Now, those traditional DevOps metrics that we use don't cover everything that needs to happen to deliver value, but it's most of it. It's most of what happens on the factory floor, and that's why it's a good place to start. And then finally, management. This is where a lot of VSM efforts fall apart because we're focusing on the wrong M. We've stopped at mapping value to the value stream, and we're not talking about managing it. So mapping provides great information, but what do you do with it? How does it help you, whatever your role, improve a process or identify new opportunities and actually do something about it to take advantage of that opportunity? How can you start the day better than the previous day? And how can you end the day farther along than you were at the start of the day? Like the managers at Toyota, we need to start by respecting the knowledge of the workers on the floor. We do that by integrating with and building on the tools and metrics that they've already put into place that are based on decades of practice. So DevOps, you may have heard, is the union of people and process and technology. That means that just about everything that can possibly happen can be measured and timestamped and attributed to a person and versioned. And that means that every action or decision made within that system, as long as the system can see it, we can tie that to an outcome. And that is a value stream right there out of the box. So to manage that, we need to do 4 things. First, we need to extend those DevOps tools to capture the rest of the value delivery lifecycle so it's all in a shared source of truth. The highest impact place to start is by integrating the people on the cultural side and the systems on the IT side, the systems responsible for product planning. So we're getting a representative view of the whole process. This is important because we may be losing cycles outside of the traditional development environment. if we have a market opportunity and we miss our window, is it because development took 12 weeks to make it? Potentially. But it also could be because product planning took 6 weeks to create the spec. So that's something we need to integrate. So if we pull that into our flow, what we're also doing at the same time is extending the agile concept of a cross-functional team to include not just development and product owners, but other stakeholders who are also involved in that decision making. So at that point, we don't have things like cost centers and revenue centers anymore. The whole team is a revenue center, and the whole team, because they're accountable to the same set of metrics, the whole team is trying to reduce overall cost and optimize value flow. Step 2. Next, we should try to incorporate existing DevOps metrics to expand this shared concept of value. So there may be some easy wins that are just sitting there ripe for the picking with what your DevOps team is already doing. So DevOps encourages automation, which provides a steady stream of metrics to benchmark a lot of things, but things like quality and security and performance. And you can look at those from release to release. You can look at those from day to day. There's a lot of data there. And now that's clearly very valuable on a tactical level to developers. It's an example where a developer can maybe assess the security impact of a code change right away, which is what we have up there on the left. Or it could be the quality impact. You know, you've failed a bunch of tests that you didn't fail last time, so you can see that right away and you can fix it. That's a very tactical thing, but it's very valuable. Or if a development manager sees a spike in the number of bugs on the right, they might want to coach some junior developers or evaluate whether there's something else going on. But to the broader company, these could also be important as indicators of value, primary indicators of value. Increased app performance, or consistently improving quality, or increasingly secure code, particularly for some industries, could be values that stand on their own. So first, just look for the easy wins. Now, after that, it's a little more complicated, but we also need to do the reverse and infuse customer value that we've mapped elsewhere back into our DevOps decision making. So this is where we empower the factory floor to make decisions and move faster. So let's look at what that might mean. Most DevOps teams are tracking or working toward tracking the 4 DORA metrics, DevOps research and assessment. Those are deployment frequency. How frequently are you shipping code to production? Mean lead time for changes. How fast can you go from making a change to getting that change running? Again, in production where you can actually realize value. Mean time to recover. How long does it take to restore service and get it back on track if you do fail? And then change failure rate. When you deploy to production, how often do things fail to a degree that requires immediate remedy? Now, traditionally, dev teams have had a lot of good ideas that are based on intuition. One of the most common is like, hey, I think we should pay off some technical debt. We've taken shortcuts in the past. We want to go back and we want to build it right because that's the right thing to do and it's going to help us in the future. That's an ongoing battle in most companies because there's a perceived opportunity cost to fixing something that doesn't seem to be broken. Well, if we have data, we can actually put a number to that. So let's say we have a high change failure rate of 30%. 30% of our deploys aren't working. Let's also say when those deployments fail, we have a mean time to recovery of 2 hours. So we're losing additional time there. So 30% of the value we're building isn't getting delivered on time, and we may be losing additional value from downtime. If we incorporate visibility into the business metrics, we can now attach a dollar value to that performance, and we as a team can model out what it would be worth to spend a portion of our development budget paying down that technical debt. So perhaps if we reserve 10% of our developer time to paying down technical debt for a few sprints, we could actually deliver more value within a couple of sprints, and it would actually be a net gain while still doing the things that we wanted to. Or maybe it's just the opposite and it's not worth it right now. But whatever we do, in the end, we're basing that on data, and it's shared data from a shared source, and we're all in this together as a team. I've given some other examples of common metrics, flow metrics on the right side, something like flow load, which measures the number of works in process at one time. You could do some A/B testing there, and you could see how value is affected by having developers focus on one thing at a time, for instance. So there's a lot you can do to bring value into what developers are already doing. And then finally, we need to empower everyone, from executives to product owners to developers and operations and anyone else who has anything to do with this software factory, to make decisions and execute changes quickly and in their preferred environment. Now, quickly doesn't mean that we don't do it safely, but we want to do it without the burden of unnecessary process and overhead. Culturally, that means we need trust. We need to trust that everyone's working toward a shared goal, and that means transparency. It means we need to share as much data as we possibly can within the constraints of the company safely with everyone in the company. In terms of process, we need to ensure that we have guardrails in place to prevent overreach by individuals, to make sure that we remain in compliance and that we don't actually introduce unnecessary risk. That means everyone involved in governance needs to be part of the decision to create these new processes. Then on the tooling side, we need to enable those policy-based guardrails with things like required approval gates. We need to build tools that give each worker information that they need in a context that they understand, but also allow them to unblock problems without leaving those tools. So as an example, in the top left corner of the screen, it's a kind of high-level report that identifies that there's a problem that needs attention. In just a couple of clicks, I should be able to get to a screen that allows me to remediate that problem, to unblock it, whether that's by committing code myself or contributing to a discussion, or as I did in the example there, assigning it to someone who can actually make the fix. But whatever you do, whatever tools you're using, you need to be able to make your insights actionable. And that's only going to happen if the tools are at hand. Otherwise, you're just telling people to take this information to the next meeting next week, and you're not really making any progress. So to summarize, your developers have a wealth of data already in place, and they do the majority of the work to deliver value. So take the tools they've already given you and extend those tools, those metrics, to embrace the rest of the delivery chain, particularly product planning. And then use that shared context to eliminate silos and build this truly cross-functional team based on trust, based on agility and the ability to execute. And then to give them that ability, allow them to do it by putting tools in their hands to make changes as soon as the data suggests that they should, where they already do their work. Don't make them lose their context. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for your time. And if you have any further questions, I'd love to chat with you. My email is there. It's cfoster@gitlab.com. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you may be. Thank you very much for coming. I'm Mike O'Rourke. I'm the Chief R&D Officer here at Digital.ai. And we're here to talk about the fact that your outcomes are showing 5 keys to finally unlocking value streams. So let's just start with a short anecdote here. This is a quote you may have heard of before from a Harvard professor, Theodore Levitt, in 1962, that people don't really want a quarter-inch drill, they want a quarter-inch hole. Now, what does that really mean, right? What that means is that when a customer buys something, whether they use your app or when they eventually rate you, what they're rating you on is their outcomes. They're not rating you on the actual website, the mortgage app, the online capability. They're rating you on whether or not they got a particular job done. Did they get the mortgage? Did they reach executive platinum for their airlines? Did they get a prom dress? So they are buying a product to get a job done, right? They're using a product to get a job done. And in other words, what they're trying to achieve is an outcome. Now, obviously, this being a value stream conference, I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on the different types of value streams, but the notion here is pretty simple. There's development value streams and there's operational value streams. And those of you who have followed the SAFe methodologies have seen these definitions pretty clearly. I think what's important is that when we talk about value streams, right, we're really talking about holistic value streams, if you will, a closed loop delivery between the development pipeline and tying that back to business outcomes. So development value streams are really about outputs. They're around things like how efficient am I? How productive am I? How's my burned out charts doing? How is my pipeline looking? Did my release go into production successfully? Those are all very interesting, but in the end, may or may not positively or negatively affect an outcome. The operational value stream is really the business value stream. This is the one that the business cares about, where they're trying to understand, where do I invest my next dollar to get the most value? What I will tell you is while there are many, many companies out there who are talking about value streams, and many solutions claim to be value stream management, they're actually really only delivering development value streams, if you will, or output-based value. So, as an industry, we're very good at measurement, right? We're measuring constantly how effective and how efficient and how secure we are. And you see here on the top, many of the types of things that we tend to measure in the DevOps flow, right? So our velocity, our efficiencies, our delivery speed, how many releases did we do in a day or an hour or a minute, et cetera, right? And these are all great metrics to improve upon ourselves internally. But the real question here is, how do they affect the actual outcomes, right? And the bottom line is, if you look at the bottom, the kinds of things that the business is looking for, the values that they're trying to come up with, are very different than what's happening in a development value stream. So let me give you an example, right? An example might be that, let's say, a nonprofit organization has decided that they want to start a program to encourage people to stop smoking. And in order to do that, they conduct seminars, they pass out brochures, they go to local schools, they do hundreds of classes. But the bottom line is, if that nobody stops smoking, the outcome is a poor outcome, even though all the measurements that they did in terms of the 100 classes and all the brochures they printed and all the people they talked to and everything that they handed out, none of that mattered in terms of a positive business outcome. The same can be very true of development value streams relating to operational value streams. In fact, many people would call some of the development value stream metrics vanity metrics, when you should really be focused on things like sanity metrics, right? Sanity metrics are things like value delivered. How much value did you actually deliver? Now, in order to do that, you have to have things like budget numbers. You have to be able to take a hard look at what the value that the business is looking for is. Retention, churn, satisfaction. Those are measurements that really matter to the business. And those are the measurements that we can do a much, much better job of if we can better tie development value streams to operational value streams. But the big question here is, how do we fill that gap, right? There is definitely a gap, and there has been a gap for many, many years between development outputs and business outcomes. So what are the key things that are missing? I talked earlier about there's 5 keys that are there. The first one is this notion of constant collaboration. When I talk about constant collaboration, I'm really saying that business leaders and development or product leaders have to collaborate. They need to do it constantly. They need to do it seamlessly, because things change, things need to be updated, questions arise. That collaboration has to be critical. And when the business hands over a set of requirements, those requirements don't just necessarily stay the same way all the way throughout the development lifecycle. They do change, they do get updated. And so collaboration is certainly a key. Another really, really important thing is understanding the why. If you take a look at born on the web type companies, people like Amazon, Spotify, the people we always look at from a DevOps perspective and aspire to be, partially what they've been able to do because they have one product, which is their website. Every time somebody goes and updates a website, those developers, those testers, those DevOps engineers directly understand why they are doing what they're doing, the business value that company hopes to gain by. This is a real chasm in our, in the traditional DevOps world, though. And so understanding the why is really, really important. And to understand the why, you have to be able to sit as a tester, as a developer, as a build engineer, and be able to see, how does what I'm doing relate to the business requirements, and how can I see what's actually happening out in the wild with the changes that I made? If you can understand those 2 things, culture starts to change and outcomes start to come alive. Third area is this notion of different tools, different definitions. When we talk about different tools and different definitions, whenever you're working in any size organization, but certainly large ones, you're not just talking about different tools than the next organization or the next company, but team to team is using different tools. And those different tools have different ways of defining what is an epic, what is a build, what is a release, what is a deploy, what is a commit, does the commit include a work item associated with it? All those things, if you're going to start really looking at holistically how your organization is better defining outcomes, you have to be able to understand all the different tools, regardless of if they're your tools or your competitors' tools. And you need to be able to understand the different definitions that are out there for these different things so that you have context in order to move forward with. The next area, the fourth area, is this notion of customer-centric data. When you think about what most business outcomes are related to, they're all about increased revenues, higher customer satisfaction, improved net promoter scores. Almost all digital transformation or business outcomes are about improving customer experience. And so it's really, really hard to then relate what traditionally we see in the DevOps world in terms of burn down charts and successful builds and successful deployments and number of deployments and time to market. Those things without the notion of what actually happened to the application, the mobile app, the web, out in production, out in the wild when your customers are using it, you can't make that connection. So in other words, if you don't have customer-centric data, and some of that may come from APM tools, some of that may come from AIOps tools, but you have to have the full gamut of customer-centric data in order to solve this notion of outcomes. And lastly is this notion of value-based metrics. So once you have all the outputs and you've correlated that with customer-centric data and you have a new set of metrics and you understand the different tools that are out there, you can now create predictions and prescriptions because you've got a data lake. You've got a single system of record. You've got some AI, machine learning, analytic capabilities built on top of all that. And now you can start to hand back to the business, not just traditional DevOps metrics, which again are absolutely fantastic for increasing your own effectiveness and efficiencies, but not necessarily great in terms of coming up with better business outcomes. So value-based metrics is the last area that's missing. So now if we think about what that means, the question then becomes, how do we unlock these capabilities? That was great, Mike. Thank you for the 5, for preaching to us the 5 things that are there. But how do I actually unlock those capabilities? So the first is this notion of value stream mapping. Now, everybody knows about value stream mapping. Again, whether you look at SAFe, whether you go back to lean manufacturing, where it started in Toyota manufacturing. This is a critical piece because the notion here is that traditional business processes tend to focus on the process and not the value the process delivers. So a value stream map is a continuous capability where it's got a process that's set up, but each step in the process provides an opportunity for business value. So as that then flows into the rest of the organization, we need to make sure we map that. We also have to make sure we track what systems those different things touch so that we can take a look and say, wait a second, this value stream and other value streams are all trying to update the same database at the same time. And that's probably not something we want to go do. You can start to do risk analysis on some of those things. But the key here is that if you have that constant communication I talked about earlier, the best way to do that is through value stream mapping. And if you do value stream mapping well, what you'll quickly find is that a plan is not a prescription, it's a moving target. So a plan in this case is a value stream itself, an operational value stream. Scope is not a requirements document. It's a continuous negotiation. And therefore, again, back to the constant collaboration. This is not something you can hand a 300-page document off at the beginning and just hope that the right thing gets planned. Things change. You have to constantly be working on that. And so the key here is value stream mapping with constant communication will help create a tie up front with the business, which is extremely important. The second thing, which is all really about, again, understanding the why, is this notion of flow orchestration. So flow orchestration and scheduling, there's many, many tools out there that strive to eliminate silos and streamline processes and automate repetitive tasks. But there's a difference between scheduling tools and automation tools and orchestration. Orchestration goes beyond the scope of automation by focusing on workflows or processes rather than simple tasks. And there's different levels of orchestration, right? One level of orchestration might be tool-to-tool integration where I can cooperate between these two similar systems, right? As you get deeper into orchestration, you can now have role-based understanding. So maybe the CIO is interested in that a successful release was deployed out into the wild, but probably isn't interested in all 153 builds that it took to get there because only 3 of them had any amount of code. So understanding the role-based capabilities and what may or may not important by role becomes important. The third one is contextual bundles, because some builds are important, some commits are useful, but the key is that all these things need to come together, right? So that if I go back to my value stream map, that I can tie every step in that operational value stream to all the work items, all the commits, all the builds, all the releases, all the deploys that happened in order to go make that a successful thing. So then I can start to track how much did it cost me? How much value did I get for that cost? Very, very critical that all this orchestration is key because otherwise you won't be able to measure the steps or the systems that make up your operational value stream. Third area is back to this different tools, different capabilities, right? Every organization of any size has got so many tools. And the key is you have to be able to work without prejudice with whatever tools that are out there, right? So that, yes, there are some people who have competitive tools from one group to another group. Those tools have to work together. If those tools don't work together, you probably have an issue because then it's really difficult to understand at an atomic level how similarly defined areas can correlate together and work well together. So this notion of tool integration and orchestration is also very important. The fourth area here is including this notion of customer experience, right? So again, when we talk about customer experience, yes, we're talking about transactional data from APM, monitoring information from AI ops, whether it's configuration management database, all those types of things, as well as what's happening inside of the app, right? So how secure is that app? What kind of testing can you do inside the app? Which features are being used by what locations? What's the journey that we're going through? And so if you can start to get some user demographics, things like their location, the systems that those applications touch, whether that's on a mobile phone, on a desktop, or on the web, usage patterns, et cetera, you're going to be in a much, much better place. And again, same thing is true with customer experience journey. When you have that kind of information, you can now start to create some pretty incredible capabilities. One set of capabilities that you can create is the ability to, for instance, look and see what's happening in a performance capability out in the wild, what's happening actually on somebody's iPhone or Android phone. Take that information, relay that back to the performance testing team who's trying to understand how they're testing related to what actually happened in the wild. You can start to look at the customer journeys that different people are taking and take that information, automatically generate tests so that the next time you go through your flow, you'll now have much more information about making sure that the top 5 flows, let's say the top 5 journeys, are actually already done and automatically tested, right? So the key here is including this customer experience capabilities is critical to closing this loop between the IT organization and the business. And last of the 5 key areas is having an analytics intelligence platform, right? So now that you've got all this incredible data, you've got it all well orchestrated, you've got your development pipeline cranked up, you've got all this information from the wild, now what, right? You have to have a data lake, or a data warehouse. You've got to create a single system of record. You got to have a single source of the truth. And that truth also needs to be in near real time for some pieces of data, and it can probably be less than near real time for other kinds of data. So as you do all this information and you have all this information, now you can start to tie the information that you've got from what actually happened through your customers to the development data and present both of those back, not just to the CIO, but back to the business. These 5 keys will allow you to unlock kind of the next generation of value stream management, which isn't just about development pipelines, but it's about how development pipelines work in concert with and help create better business outcomes for the business and measure value for the business. So in summary, what I would suggest is that you start at the micro level. Not everybody is focused on value streams. I get it, but it's hard to deny that creating a closed loop flow of information around what the business is looking for all the way through the life cycle, seeing the way the apps are actually being used and the databases are being used in the wild, and feeding all that information back that's tied and orchestrated together back to the business, it's hard to argue that that's not a good thing. It's hard to argue that eliminating waste and optimizing for value are good things. So now that you've got those 5 keys to connecting the development and operational value streams, where do you start, right? My suggestion is you start at the micro level, right? Meaning don't try to go out and solve world hunger all at once. Start at the low level with people, automation, context, and consistency and instrumentation. Like if you can just get those things to a better place, you're going to do much better. And then find an appropriate pilot project. And in my opinion, it should meet a few key conditions. It has to provide an opportunity for performance improvements. It has to have something that has some level of economic life and some way to measure value. And the business and IT management and the workforce in charge of this process must be willing and able to give it a shot and to really try to help work on understanding how these things can be helpful to them. I think if you do those things, you're going to find out you're in a much, much better place. And with that, Thank you so much for attending this session. Really, really appreciate everything, and hope you have a great day. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Thank you for joining me for a session on value stream mapping. I'm hoping to answer a bunch of questions around value stream mapping, whether you are curious or never heard of it before, and wondering why something like this would be valuable in a development context. So we're going to go in a tight 20 minutes over who, what, where, when, why, how, the whole gamut. And I like to dig into a bunch of detail, but we don't have a lot of time. So if you're curious about more, I'm going to include a link at the very end for a ton more material so you can dive in deeper where you find value or where you're curious. So I'm going to start out with an example to establish some context. In an enterprise, this is a Fortune 100 environment. It's quite common to find that developers are only able to deliver value a very small portion of their time, right? There's a lot of waste, a lot of waiting going on in these highly complex legacy environments. And it's not always apparent, right? We can't always see it. We can feel it. But we can't always see it across the organization. We can't see it when it's affecting other people. And there's very few ways of us collecting data and bringing visibility to that problem. And it's even outside of large enterprises, this is something that happens everywhere. So the industry average is about 15%. And that's 15% of your time being dedicated towards actually creating value. And when we think of how much is between that 15% and 100%, which we're never going to get to, but we should be able to get to 50, 60, maybe even 70% of our time dedicated to creating value and delivering that to our customers. That's the goal. That's why we're all here. So I'm going to share a little bit about what goes into going from 15% to these higher numbers where we're more focused on delivering value on a more consistent basis. So what are the things that we're fighting with here? You know, when we look at that 2.5%, we look at 15%, what's really getting in our way and holding us back from higher levels of productivity and value creation? And it may not surprise you, but it may surprise you that it's not tools. You know, a lot of these problems come from the people and the process side of software development, the complexity that's involved, all the moving pieces, but also the process that we need to layer on top of this to get consistency, standardization, predictability, all these things that as we mature and as our organizations tack on the history, we just get bogged down in all of these rituals and meetings and communication barriers and silos, all kinds of stuff that gets in the way. So what can we do about that, right? It's really helped me over the course of my career to start thinking in terms of value streams. And that's where we're going to start the talk, is the idea that combining value, flow, and sustainability together can give us an avenue towards continuous improvement that is focused on improving what we're able to deliver on a regular basis, right? We don't want a sprint where we're hyper productive and then everything sort of falls apart, or we build something that ends up causing us more problems than they solve. And so what we're looking for is a sustainable practice to consistently improve how much value we're delivering to our customers, whether those customers are internal or external. And often when we think about DevOps and what's recently happened with software delivery and development, there's a lot of focus on automation. There's a lot of focus on CI/CD and the pipeline and the pieces of the puzzle that are highly automated, highly consistent, which is fantastic. But we're at a phase now with DevOps and with software development where optimizing for the pieces that are already automated is only going to get us minor improvements. And what we need to do is zoom out a little bit. And if we look at this illustration, what we're really looking for opportunities in is this idea of lead time. So the start to finish big picture of what goes into delivering software value, right? We can focus on a CI/CD pipeline, but we're only going to be impacting a small area of the business. And there's a ton of value that gets hidden in the people and the process and the handoffs and the interactions that are around that CI/CD pipeline. And when we think of the concept of a value stream and lead time and the big picture, in reality, what happens is there's value streams throughout your entire organization. You can start to think of everything that your organization is doing as a value stream. And there is one big one where, the main purpose of the company is to deliver ketchup to people who want ketchup, for instance. But there's many smaller value streams within that big mission that are worth digging into. Things like, how do we hire people? How do we train people? What happens when someone goes on maternity leave? What happens when we buy another company? These are all value streams because they all have inputs and outcomes that are driven by a consistent and repeatable process. And the value in focusing on value streams is that we can look at these processes as things that we can improve consistently, and we can gradually increase the amount of automation that's involved and get more value, more consistency, and more confidence out of what we're doing as an organization. So think of an organization in terms of multiple value streams interacting with each other, and this starts to get pretty complex, but without visualizing it and without measuring what's going on, we're just victims of the complexity instead of able to optimize and manage it. So at a high level, a value stream and a value stream map starts to give us information about where we are as an organization, right? What are our surroundings? Just like a normal map, right? What are we surrounded by so that we can make good decisions on where should we go from where we're at, right? A map should tell you, where are the cliffs? Where's the river? Where are the peaks and valleys that are going to affect our ability to get from where we are to where we want to go? And a value stream map basically gives you the exact same information. It's going to give you information about what's going on in terms of your processes in your business and indications on how you should tackle specific problems that are between you and where you want to go. And this can start to inform our efforts on how we get to where we're going. So efforts in improvement, training, automation, everything that we want to do to really raise the bar and get to better can be informed by this value stream map that's pointing out, here's where you're weakest. Here's where you're spending most of your time. Here's where all your complexity is. There's a lot of information in there, and we'll dig into that as we go through. I'm going to take you through step by step. So why is value stream mapping a valuable practice in 2020? We've really reached a point with software development and with product delivery that is extremely complex. There's a lot of moving pieces. We have platforms that are incredibly complex that are capable of deploying and managing software around the globe at a moment's notice to scale up and down and out and recover from failures. We can deliver any kind of product and any experience across a variety of devices. There's tons of complexity going on. And we really haven't developed a lot of tooling and techniques to address that situation of complexity. So we need good ways of looking at what's really happening and making confident decisions on what to do next. And a value stream map is an extremely powerful way of doing that in a very short amount of time with a minimal investment. And I'll show you what goes into this. So where does it come from? Value stream mapping has actually been around for ages. It's been around since we had traditional manufacturing running the show before software was a big deal. And this was a way of having complex manufacturing visualize, measure, and manage the complexity involved in taking a bunch of raw materials and then delivering value to customers at the other end. And by visualizing the entire value stream, they could see our shipping process is taking up tons of time. Or we have people who are moving around the factory, and we really should be reorganizing around the people so that there's less motion and disruption going on. Or it's literal handoffs from one person to another. And we find a lot of parallels in software, but you can't really just port this practice from legacy manufacturing into software. As you can see, it's extremely complex. It's not very easy for anyone in the organization to read and understand this. It's really focused on a very niche segment of the population that's been trained in performance optimization in a traditional factory setting. You'll see there's trucks, there's all kinds of lightning bolts and things going on here that add value, but it's a diminishing returns situation, right? There is core value in a value stream in the form of a few basic building blocks that I'm going to share. And we can forget about everything else until we've covered the bases and we want to dig deeper. And that's kind of the process that I'm going to share with you now. So where do we really start with all this? In essence, a value stream map starts with a sequence of events. Everything that's involved in delivering value to customers, right? So we go step by step through the process. Basically, it's often me with a group of people facilitating, and I come in from outside and I say to the team, okay, we're going to look at software delivery. How does this start? Does it start with a request from customers? Does it start with pulling something out of a backlog? We pick a starting point and we pick an end point, which is usually people are using this product in production and getting value out of it, or they're giving us feedback about what it's like to use it in the real world. And then we go through every single step in between. So you might have seen something like this pretty often, right? Every process map, every flow diagram looks like this. The difference between a traditional process diagram and a value stream map is this piece right here, where we get into the timing. The step time and the wait time between the steps is where we start to get tons of value from a value stream map. And if we dig really into the functional pieces here, you'll see that I can highlight specific places where we have a lot of time spent. And that's where we start to get a lot of value out of what's going on, really. You know, we can look at a discovery process of 2 weeks. Maybe it's great to have 2 weeks to spend on discovery, right? We can start to really frame a lot of value in exploring what the real problem is, who are our customers, but waiting 5 days between discovery and deciding on whether we go or don't go with this solution, that seems like an opportunity to investigate whether there's waste there, right? And this is the sort of thing that starts to pop up when we look at the value stream. So here's an example of a zoom of the total value stream here. This is an example from one of my early clients. It's a pretty simple case, but you'll start to see that there's areas that start to pop out. You know, you're seeing a lot of red clustered in specific areas. There's some question marks at the end where we don't really know what happens. And that's kind of the value that we get right away from building out the value stream map. When I say right away, there's usually about a 20% improvement that we can get just by visualizing a current state. So just by illustrating what we're doing right now, things start to appear and inform what we can do to make things better. And here's an example of sort of blocking out these areas of the value stream where we see opportunities. And then we can dig in and we can start to say, okay, well, is it necessary that we wait 2 weeks between all these steps? What goes on? Why is it 2 weeks, right? And this can inform our next steps instead of taking a guess at what we should focus on. And in terms of additional detail, we can really dig deeper as we outline these areas. And let's say we want some more detail to figure out what roles are involved. You know, what kind of tooling are we using? Maybe the tools are the bottleneck. Maybe it's the fact that we're handing off between departments. And we can go beyond that to even dig into value and the idea that how much of the time spent in each step is actually producing value, right? Are we creating a document that no one ever looks at and it's a very low value? Or are we creating brand new intellectual property for the company and 100% of this step is dedicated towards that action, in which case that'd be a very high value activity. A meeting without any outcomes or action items is a very low value activity, right? So we can start to think in terms of value, and that can inform how we go from a current state to a future state that's even more valuable. The other piece that we can highlight is quality. This idea that, when we start out the process, maybe we have very low value, but we can start it in the right direction and focus on a very high quality output from each of these steps, so that by the time it gets to the customer, it's an extremely high quality outcome. And so we can look at, okay, well, when I get the definition for a task that I need to complete, does it give me enough information that I can create a very high quality outcome? And if not, then the accuracy and the completion of what I'm getting maybe needs to be improved so that I have higher odds of creating something valuable and complete and accurate by the time it leaves me and goes on to the next step. So what kind of things can we fix by looking at a value stream map? There's all of the wait time is the really low-hanging fruit. It just pops out, and these are very easy things to solve typically. But they could be complex if we're going across the organization to a completely different silo. These are things that we want to look at, and that's where the roles and the handoffs become very valuable. But we can highlight things like things we're doing manually. Maybe there's things that we can automate. Maybe we're looking at single points of failure. So we have a single individual in the value stream who's responsible for a specific piece. And if they're away on vacation or they're sick, everything falls through the cracks. We might not see that if we're not looking at the value stream map. So it becomes very valuable to highlight these things and then illustrate it to different people in the organization, because it's very easy for everybody to understand, as long as we keep it simple. So where I see a lot of value in value stream mapping is that it's clear. It's a very clear image that's very easy to understand. It helps us align through the organization, so everyone from leadership to individual contributors can look at a simple and clear value stream map and understand really what we're talking about. And that helps communication, getting on the same page. Also with team building, there's lots of situations where we're in different departments, we don't talk on a regular basis, but having a clear picture aids the conversation. It makes it easier for us to compare notes and help each other. And then the measurement aspect can't be underemphasized. Having measurement really settles arguments before they start, and it really removes the necessity for interpretation, which can be very hard to move us forward. So really, I would encourage you to start thinking about value, flow, and sustainability in software development in all of the practices that you're performing on a regular basis, because it really just boosts the outcomes of everything that we do. And I want to touch on a couple different pieces before we go. Really, the who of the value stream mapping. Ideally, what we have is sponsors and leadership driving this from a very high level in the organization, because it helps to have a lot of buy-in, a lot of support for this effort. But in the worst case scenario, it can be very valuable to create a value stream map for yourself, right? There can be a lot of gaps, there can be a lot of assumptions, but if you create your own value stream map, you have something to bring other people and say, here's my understanding of the situation. Let me know what I'm missing, or I have this gap in this area that I'm not familiar with. Can you help me fill that out? Can you help me really understand what I'm missing here? And so it can be a great tool, even as an individual, to better your understanding of what's going on in the organization, how you can improve the value that you contribute, and how everything fits together, because as everything gets more and more complex, it's more necessary for us to step away and look at the big picture and then dive in where it most matters. And when should you do a value stream mapping exercise? There's a saying that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, but the second best time is today. I would say the same thing about value stream mapping. You can start today and create your understanding of your value stream. And it really will help you communicate, align, and get the best results that you can out of your work. And it can be a great way of stepping away and refocusing your time and energy. What's next for value stream mapping? I think the value stream world is just starting to explode, but we're seeing a lot of tooling, which has a long way to go, but it's getting easier for us to tie all this complexity together and get a better understanding of what's happening. And I'm really excited about that. So stay tuned. I'll share some resources about what I see coming as things develop, but we're still sort of in early days. There's a lot of opportunity for this to grow and become a cornerstone effort, a basic practice that's just part of everything that we do with software development. So I would leave you with a little bit of encouragement about planting trees. Start today. I would say learn more about it. Take a look at what you're doing and what your organization is doing, and it's going to help you deliver more value and raise your confidence in the contribution that you're making and how everything in your organization fits together in the bigger picture. And if you're interested in more, if you have more questions, I would love to have a conversation with you. I'd love to share more information. If you go to visible.is, my website, there is a blog there, there's resources, there's free templates, there's all kinds of extra information. But feel free to reach out to me because I love talking about this. I think there's tons of conversations to be had. There's tons of questions, but thank you very much for joining me for these.
My name is Andrew Fuqua. I'm the VP of Products at ConnectAll. What I have to say about tooling up a broken value stream is based on my experience, of course, and so that you can understand where I'm coming from, the context that I have in mind, let me first describe my background. So I spent the first 10 years of my career working in IBM's networking hardware division. It was a big organization, big projects, plan-driven stuff. But during that time, I was also introduced to test automation and actually iterative and incremental as well late in that decade because I worked in a pre-extreme programming team of Smalltalk programmers. The next decade, starting in '99, I was working in internet security systems and then later on an enterprise point of sale system. I worked in extreme programming teams, a few different extreme programming teams during that time. During the 2010s, I was a lean agile consultant. I was working with very large organizations, and most notably during that period, I was working with the premier agile consultancy called Leading Agile. Through all this experience, I've seen big organizations that were struggling with their org complexity attempt to tool their way out of it. I'm assuming that if you're here, there's probably some complexity in your organization. You don't just have one or two Scrum teams. You probably have a few Scrum teams or even lots of Scrum teams, along with some departments of individuals that use an ad hoc or plan-driven approach. Maybe you've got project managers dealing with the organization and the complexity. Your organization has tried by the book Scrum. You've attempted to implement Agile and either it didn't work, didn't stick, or didn't deliver value. And someone said we have to try scaled Agile. Maybe you've read Scaling Lean and Agile Development by Craig Larman or Leffingwell's Scaled Agile Framework or Ambler's Disciplined Agile Delivery or the new scaling Scrum that Scrum Org or Scrum Alliance, sorry, I always get those confused. I don't remember which, or maybe one of the other scaling approaches. But now, or maybe in the midst of all that, someone thinks that maybe there's a tooling problem and maybe there's some better tooling will solve their woes, whether it be due to agile or scale issues or otherwise. A well-known failure mode, though, for business process automation is to automate a broken process. The same goes for tooling up value stream management. If you have an overly complex value stream, immobilized with dependencies, if you have a clumsy way to move work from ideation to engineering, or disagreements over who has power over the plan, or if you're organized by departments of specialists focused on architectural layers, then trying to tool up your value stream to make it visible is a waste of time and money. In my days of consulting, I've often seen problems in software development that stem from departments of a certain skill, functionally organized, matrix across multiple projects. Let me give a little quote from Learning to See by Mike Rother. Because companies tend to be organized by departments and functions instead of by the flow of value creating steps for product families, you often find that, surprise, no one is responsible for the value stream perspective. It is astoundingly rare to visit a facility and find one person who knows the entire material information flow for a product. Yet without this, parts of the flow will be left to chance, meaning that individual process areas will operate in a way that is optimum from their perspective, not the value stream's perspective. To get away from isolated islands of functionality, you need one person with lead responsibility for understanding a product family's value stream and improving it. Well, I love that quote. I don't completely subscribe to the notion of having just one person. That will be a topic for another day. But this, where he says, by get away from the isolated islands, they don't mean to keep the islands and to connect them somehow, to bridge the gaps. But too often, that's what I see companies try to do with their software development teams. In my consulting days, I saw companies try to deal with that with project management and by sophisticated tooling. Sophisticated, of course, being a euphemism for complicated. They would think that the problem is deficiencies in their current ALM tool and lack of a portfolio management solution. Now, they might indeed need to replace their agile lifecycle management and add portfolio management, but that's not the cause of their problem, and replacing their ALM won't solve anything. If they replace their tooling first, in fact, their existing processes and their existing org structures will become further entrenched via the analysis and effort expended in that tooling effort. It'll become cemented or embodied in the tool. That's not what I recommend we do in software organizations. Rather, I'd redesign the organization to get rid of the islands and form product-focused teams and or feature teams that are more closely aligned to the business, as in a line of business for IT or closely aligned with the market for an ISV. You need to form engineering teams that are capable of delivering business value. You'll also need to have program or product owner teams to feed backlog to those engineering teams. You may certainly, in a larger organization, need a portfolio team and a strategy team to set prioritization across all the programs. But a key point here is that a large organization is going to have a diverse set of technologies. And so therefore, you're going to need component teams as well. I'll explain more about this in a moment. But such an engineering team should be capable of taking a chunk of business value, a small epic, and develop, test, and deliver it with very few, if any, dependencies on other teams. Now, how you define business value in this case should be very close to how the customer would define value. It's okay to have some component teams or service teams, however, to provide value to multiple other teams, but organized to have few of those. So the reason why you need this is that at some level of scale, you can't get a small Scrum team with 6 to 8 people who are sufficiently proficient in the dozens of technologies used by your many hundred-person software development or IT organization. At some level of scale, you're going to need component teams as well as feature teams. So make these cross-functional teams, make them as cross-functional as it makes sense, given your particular degree of scale and diversity of technologies. Also, because dependencies kill Agile, you should have a rule that feature and product teams can only make release or schedule or date commitments based on the services that are already available. A more risky approach would be to make commitments based on service enhancements that are in plan and are scheduled for near-term availability. But know the history of that team's delivery. Look at their metrics. Know whether they're reliable or not. Now, the riskiest approach would be to inject your requests into the service team's backlog and project manage the deliveries or the dependencies, and try to land your delivery and theirs in the same sprint or the same release. The more you do that, the more you need to staff these component teams and design their processes so that they have lots of slack, low WIP, low work in process, and short lead time. In any event, it's best if everyone on a cross-functional team can have the same manager. Testers, developers, database, UI, backend, tech pubs, docs, whatever else is in your cross-functional team, give them one manager. But who the manager isn't the deciding factor. Don't form your teams around manager. Don't start with the manager. As stated above, form cross-functional teams around business capabilities, then find a capable manager who can manage a team of diverse skill sets. Instead of one who only knows how to manage one skill set, you don't want a manager who only knows how to manage developers or only knows how to manage testers. So let me state this again. Form good cross-functional teams without regard to management. Don't start with your existing managers and your existing departments and try to form that into good agile teams. Now, if you must matrix manage your team such that people on a team report to different managers, ensure that the business, the product management, is the strong side of the matrix, not the engineering management. All of these things reduce the number of real value streams that have to be managed, and also makes the management of those value streams easier. An idea here is value streams versus development streams. Development streams are less specific, meaning the teams are not necessarily organized around business value. They're not product focused. That makes the whole topic of managing a value stream more difficult. The true business value stream as distinguished from any old dev stream. Now, small teams that can control their own destiny and operate independently can be a good place to get to, but in building that, don't lose focus on making teams that can create and deliver business value with as few dependencies on other teams as possible. Don't lose the feature teams, teams that can assemble and deliver the business value. Now, having done that, seeing value move and managing the value stream becomes much easier. Done well, your portfolio team can have a Kanban of epics in which the status of those epics is clear instead of complicated. This is because there'll be few teams involved or fewer teams involved in building those epics. The portfolio team will be able to see these epics move across their Kanban regularly. They should all slide over a column every month or 3. You don't need a sophisticated value stream management console because it's so simple. Whatever tool they have their epics in will most likely already have a cumulative flow diagram and information on lead time, flow time, cycle time for their epics. That's the level at which they need to manage, and all the info they need is more often able to be managed in a single tool. This is once you rationalize your value streams. It's the same way all the way down at the program level, at the delivery team level as well. When features map to sprints and when velocity is stable and dependencies are few, each engineering team can understand their own process and they can manage their own value stream with whatever simple tool they happen to be using at that level. Integration has its place, tooling integration, even in messed up situations, and Connect All sells a tool, so by all means, I encourage you to buy it. And it can be a useful tactic to help deal with a messed up and hard to understand value stream. But integration and value stream management platforms will not automatically fix your problems. Value stream management doesn't happen just because you've bought a value stream management platform. Value stream management is a human endeavor. Only humans can do value stream management. Value stream management begins with understanding your system, the people, the tools, the organization, the throughput and the WIP, the process. Value stream management then continues by reasoning about a future state that you want to move to. Then you can use the Toyota Kata and the scientific method and move to the organization's future goals step by step, and adjusting that desired future state as you go. Let's go back to this Rother quote from Learning to See. To get away from the isolated islands of functionality, you need one person with lead responsibility for understanding a product family's value stream and improving it. We call this person a value stream manager and suggest that in this capacity, they report to the top person at your site. This way, they will have the power necessary to help change happen. You might call the guy who figures out that reorg a value stream manager, or maybe a lean and agile consultant, or a process reengineering team, or process improvement team, business excellence team, or possibly even an alert business architect. The directors and VPs in charge, if they have experience and the time and the interest with this type of work, they can make it happen. But many organizations do need a good outside consultant or help with real process experience and a process to make that organizational change and true ability. You see, value stream management is a human endeavor. Tools don't manage your value stream for you. And managing a value stream is more than working in it, making the best use of it, and saying it is what it is. This human endeavor of managing a value stream is proactive. I know this is a big challenge, but it's worth tackling. I'll leave you with some useful references. Thank you for participating. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Hello again. I hope you guys are all enjoying the conference. Just a friendly reminder, we will have a panel of experts at the end of the day to answer all your value stream questions. Joining us on the panel, we have Chris Kondo from Forrester, Scott Erlinger from Digital AI, Lance Knight from ConnectAll, Jeffrey Kais from Plutora, and Chris Nowak from HCL. You can ask our panelists questions through the Slack community under the Value Streams Questions channel. All right, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi, welcome to this session, how to integrate high quality software into the value stream. My name is Mark Lambert. I'm the Vice President of Products at Parasoft Corporation. And if you'd like copies of this slide or any follow-on information, please email me at the address below. I'll also be sharing a couple of links in today's presentation, so be prepared to capture those. And again, they'll be embedded within the slides that will be available for sharing afterwards. So before we dig into how to integrate high quality software into your value stream, it's probably important to first of all think about why quality is important in the first place. And obviously you're on this session, so quality matters to you, but often organizations view quality as the last step in the process, or testing as the last step in the process, and quality becomes an afterthought. However, what we're seeing in today's market and in today's landscape is that quality really is critical for the success of organizations today, and really it's all about the acceleration of digital transformation. So one of the things that's driving digital transformation today is the disruption that's in every market. So normally I would talk about here things like Uber destroying the taxi industry, Airbnb destroying the hotel industry, but there's a much bigger disruption right now that's going on in the market, and I promise this is the only time in this presentation that I'll reference COVID. There's a reason that we're doing all of these conferences online. People are having to transition not just their business to an online model, but also how they do business internally. Software development teams now are aggressively deploying and leveraging cloud-based infrastructure to be able to do development and testing. This is our new normal. Now, along with embracing disruption, we have to accelerate our delivery to both take advantage of disruption, but also protect ourselves from other distributors in the market. So as we see client demands changing and evolving, we have to react very quickly. And we also have to scale the way that we react quickly to market. But the problem is, all of this drive to digital transformation and this acceleration that you're pushing through the organization introduces significant business risk to some of your key parts of your business. And how you minimize that business risk is by building quality into your applications and building quality into your value stream itself. So if I look at how value stream management really has taken our Agile and DevOps workflow and brought it together, you can see that there's a very key component which is actually traditionally put towards the end of the cycle, and that is test. And we're going to talk today about how to test in a value stream. So our question is going to be, how is testing for value stream different than testing of regular applications? So before we jump into that, it's worthwhile to point out where testing fits into the Agile ecosystem. And certainly what's really the most important thing is how organizations are scaling Agile beyond individual teams. Now, the Scaled Agile framework is a really good framework to use, a good foundation. There are others, obviously, for scaling Agile. But this is where cross-team coordination and getting visibility in the value stream is critical for the success. One of the things that I really like from the Scaled Agile framework is this health radar here, talking about how well you're adopting the key practices that are required to enable accelerated deliverables and scaled Agile within your teams. Within here, there is quality baked into the process. Now, I'm talking about quality here, not about testing. Testing is a component, but you can't test quality into an application. You have to build quality in from the beginning. So we're going to talk today about how we can use testing to verify, but also how we can leverage best practices to build quality in from the beginning. So there are several stages that we're going to refer to within the sectors of this radar. First of all, we're going to talk about build and development. So here we're going to talk about techniques such as code analysis, as well as developer-led TDD or unit testing practices. We're then going to move across the pipeline or further up the testing pyramid and start to talk about end-to-end testing. End-to-end testing at the API level as well as the UI, and also validating not only our functional requirements, but also our non-functional requirements. Now, these testing practices also get repeated once we move to a deployment and stage environment. So this is where we're verifying that as the systems come together, we are still performing the same way that we were in the earlier stages. And as the different streams come together, that we're able to ensure that we're able to satisfy the ultimate business requirements. Now, I mentioned the testing pyramid earlier, and probably many of you watching this session are familiar with the testing pyramid, but just at a very high level for a recap for those that are not, this is organizing how or describing how you organize your testing strategy. This means that you have a lot of unit tests, which are granular, isolated, run quickly, easy to diagnose, give you rapid feedback, and use those as the foundation of your testing practice. You then build up the pyramid to start looking at API testing, a great way of validating integration together of key components and the early stage validation of business logic. And then you kind of go further up the pyramid to focus on end-to-end testing. The challenge with end-to-end testing is it is brittle. UIs change and they're susceptible to difficulties when it comes to test automation, and we'll talk about those as we go, but also they take longer to execute and longer to diagnose. One of the key areas being manual testing. Now, I do say that this is a pyramid, not a trapezoid. Manual testing is a key component of your test automation or your testing strategy, and manual testing is your most valuable part, but it's labor intensive, time intensive, and it's very difficult to diagnose the underlying issues. It's very late cycle. Okay, so we're going to talk about how we can optimize the lower part of the pyramid today, but don't forget that manual testing is a key component. You just want to be smart about where you do it. Now, I do also take the view that there's a missing layer in the testing pyramid, and that's the layer of the code that you're building on top of. This is where you're trying to identify or make sure that you're building on top of reliable and secure code within the code base. And we'll talk about that briefly in a few moments. Now, when we talk to organizations about how they are testing, they typically identify with an inverted pyramid or an ice cream cone. UIs are more intuitive than the underlying code. They have the domain expertise, but they require less technical expertise. So the further you go down on the testing pyramid, the further you get away from your domain experts, and the more technical the requirements are, or more technical the skills are to be able to do the automation. This is obviously why many organizations end up with a top-heavy testing practice, and actually, in many cases, completely skipping over the API testing, because it kind of falls into this no man's land between the front end and the back end code. Now, there are technologies which can help with this. Parasoft has got some unique technologies in the market around our AI-driven smart API test generator. I'll touch upon that today, but I'm really not going to go into details around those specific things. If you would like to know more information about how we can help with each of these different layers, please reach out to us. Again, my email was at the beginning and will be at the end of the session today as well. So how do we take these practices and bake security and quality into the delivery pipeline and ultimately into our value stream? Well, it all starts with the definition of your work items. You're going to be defining those within a system like Jira, using the Jira Align product to do strategic cross-team collaboration. Maybe you're using version 1 and their continuum product to be able to visualize the value stream. This is where it all starts. And it starts by defining those work items. And then you go into this delivery pipeline. So I've defined my work items. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build code. And here's where I want to make sure that my code is reliable and it's secure. This is where I can leverage static code analysis techniques, and I can actually access the underlying code structure and uncover the deep hidden issues within the code. I'm not talking about linting. I'm not talking about the open source light readability type of tooling, which is valuable, but ultimately can't uncover those deep reliability issues. The reason why you want to do this first is this is where you find the problems and you can reduce the cost associated with the defects that are found in the system in the first place. And then also you can introduce prevention mechanisms as well. Now, moving further along the process, we can now start talking about how we're going to actually do the testing and verification of our code. I may choose to do an automated test, like a unit test, or an API-driven test going through a RESTful API or a web service, or I may be doing automated web UI testing as well. So let's take a brief look at each of those in detail. So firstly, unit testing. Great way of making sure you have well-designed code. They should be granular, they should execute quickly, they should be able to execute in isolation. Easiest way to identify regressions earlier in the process. You also want to be able to measure your testing completeness here through a mixture of code coverage and traceability back to those original work items that we talked about a moment ago. Again, I'm going to bring up that again at the end of this process. Moving further up the testing pyramid, now we're going to be focused on our functional validation and non-functional validation. Here, as I mentioned before, we want to not just do a top-down approach. We really want to focus on optimizing those automated UI tests and really pay attention to your ongoing maintenance efforts. If your ongoing maintenance efforts are too high, you're going to spend all the time trying to constantly rebuild your test automation, and you don't get the value from it. You want to be looking for ways that you can reduce that test automation maintenance, and certainly that is obviously an area where Parasoft can help with some of our products like Parasoft Selenic. Now, once we've got the UI layer addressed, then you want to start looking at the API level. You can take your UI tests and translate those into API tests that can be run more quickly, that you can do more advanced data permutations, but also become a great way to shift left your non-functional performance tests, non-functional testing, such as performance tests. Shift left performance testing is something that by baking that into your pipeline during the early stages, you're going to identify performance problems before you get to that integration and verification stages. However, one of the challenges is, and especially in a value stream environment or a very highly cross-team dependent environment, is you end up with constraints between your different teams. Constraints around the test environments, constraints about dependent systems not being ready yet or not being implemented yet. And this is where service virtualization can really help. Service virtualization allows me to simulate back-end dependencies. I can simulate their behavior, their data, as well as their performance characteristics, enabling myself to decouple myself from the bigger test environment, but also enabling myself to decouple from other teams' development practices or development threads. Now, the key to all of this is bringing all that data together, bringing it together in a centralized view so that I have a centralized view of quality that can be cross-correlated back to your original work items. So I need to be able to do a few things here. First of all, I need to be able to send the results back into my original system of record so that I can do work item traceability. I can look within Jira or look within version 1 and immediately see the impact of my automation, my automated quality practices against those user stories or requirements that are defined in that system. I also want to be able to take the data from that system of record and actually augment it with additional quality data. So it's not just the passing and failing of my acceptance test, it's the code quality associated with security and reliability, and bringing that all together into one centralized view of quality, mapped to the requirements, mapped to the use cases, so that I have context for where my quality issues are, so I can make an assessment of my business risk associated with test failures or poorly designed underlying code. Now, as I'm looking at my quality data, I'm going to be looking at failing tests. I'm going to be looking at code analysis findings associated with quality and with the reliability and security. But as I do that, I'm going to find defects. I'm going to find things that need to be worked on. When I do that, I want to be able to create additional work items in my system of record. This is a workflow fit. This is something that can improve your feedback loop. You do not want to fully automate this. If you turn on mechanisms where when you get a test failure, you're automatically creating a defect, you're going to get a lot of noise. Test automation is inherently not 100% stable. You end up with failures within your test environment. You end up with cascading issues where you make one change that impacts 1,000 other test cases. You need a human to triage the results and to identify the root cause and then create a defect or an issue associated with that root cause. Now, all of this data now allows me to propagate up the data into the value stream. It allows me to put it into the original system of record. For example, this is Jira's, the X-ray plugin for Jira, where I can associate those test results, associate the traceability that I was mentioning and talking about earlier, but also gives me the ability to aggregate that data at a higher level. So being able to bring together my functional testing data with my underlying code coverage, as well as mapping it to my underlying stories within my backend system. So hopefully you've got a lot of information there around how you can do test automation and how you can build that into your application. But the question that I asked at the beginning of today's session is, how is testing for value stream different than regular testing? The answer to that is it's not. You just need to do more of it. It's a lot more automated. It's executing continuously. So I'm not waiting for it to be run on a scheduled basis. I'm running it as part of my continuous process. But because I'm doing a lot more of it, I need to test smarter. And that test smarter is not just in my strategy. So the testing pyramid gives you that. It's not just in the tooling that helps me with my creation. Parasoft has technology that can help with that, but you've also got your open source frameworks that Parasoft technology is built upon, which help you with that test automation process. It's also how I get feedback from the process. And this takes us to our last thing today, which is how we can leverage smart test execution to optimize the feedback loop from my continuous testing practice. So here, if we are able to understand what parts of my application code base are specific individual test exercises, this is something that we can then use to perform additional analysis. So Parasoft's proprietary coverage engine gives me that level of granularity. It can tell me what part of a code an individual test has been run. Then, due to our analytics, we know what parts of that code base have actually changed. And therefore, we can subset your test suite and execute only those tests that are required to validate the changes in the underlying code base. This is something that we're able to do not only at the unit testing level, where you're tightly coupled within the code base and you're testing within the IDE, but you also want to be able to plug this into your CI/CD pipeline. You want to be able to optimize your unit tests for developers, so that before they check in, they've run the code and run their quick validations on their desktop to say, yep, this looks good. Much better than not running any tests at all, and certainly much better than just randomly clicking tests to see if they run. But then your CI pipeline can now be optimized as well to run the larger regression and give feedback to the whole team. And as you move up the testing pyramid, we can also do that for API tests. Now, obviously now we've moved from CI to more like CD, where we've actually deployed the technology or deployed the application into a hosting environment. And this is where we've got disconnection from the code. So here what we're going to do is we're going to fingerprint the binaries that are being deployed and do deltas against those fingerprints to optimize both your API tests as well as your Selenium level tests as well. So I say, hopefully you've got a lot of information here around different test automation practices. Parasoft is a provider in this space. We've been doing this for a little over 30 years, and we have technologies that touch each level of the testing pyramid, as well as technologies that help you with removing your system constraints. We are recognized as a leader in the industry, focused on the entire suite, but also recently recognized by Forrester as a leader in their continual functional testing wave. And if you'd like to get access to that report, I've embedded a bit.ly link here where you can fill in a form, get a copy of the full Forrester Wave report. And as I said, if you'd like a copy of these slides or would like some more information, please feel free to email me at the email address below. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you're staying safe, and I hope you're enjoying the rest of the conference.
Hi, I'm Naomi Lurie, Senior Director of Product at TaskTop, and today we're going to talk about Power to the People, about the ways that the shift from project to product impacts leaders and practitioners inside organizations, and how you can take some practical tips on that journey to make you a champion of the shift itself. So the project to product shift is coming. In a Gartner survey, 85% of the participating respondents said that they were either already doing it or planning on doing it. Now, obviously, it's not something that happens overnight. So even if it started in an organization, it's kind of going to creep its way in gradual stages until it covers everybody. So this is an opportunity for you, since it's on your leadership's agenda, to really understand what that means, how it can benefit you in the organization. You know, this is a good thing to note, to have lived through, to have on your resume, to understand well, and that you yourself inside your organization, armed with the right knowledge, can become a champion, an early adopter, and the person who kind of brings it to the practical level and shows your leadership the way to carry it off. So I'm going to talk today very briefly about 4 key elements in the shift to product. There are many elements in the shift to product, so I've kind of distilled it down to 4 key things that we're going to talk about. The first is measuring outcomes. The second is getting to product metrics fast. 3 is aligning with the business, and 4 is about empowering teams. So let's get started with measuring outcomes. First, I'm going to tell you the story of Nationwide, which I love, which is when Hurricane Harvey hit Houston a few years back. It was anticipated to be a wind event. And, you know, Nationwide was expecting to receive claims about wind damage to property. But then it became this terrible flooding event, and 500,000 cars, 500,000 cars were flooded in the Houston area. And so many of Nationwide's customers had to file claims for multiple vehicles. But their website wasn't optimized for that kind of experience, nor was their call center. There wasn't an easy way to submit multiple claims all at once. And this was causing long wait times on the call center, people getting frustrated with the experience on the website. And Nationwide very quickly knew that they had to turn this around. So they got together, and within 8 hours, they designed, implemented, and deployed the changes that improved the claim filing efficiency for flooded vehicles by 40% and greatly reduced the load on the call center and improved the customer experience. And they did all that with 0 downtime. So why am I telling you that story? I want to inspire you. Nationwide could do that. You could do it too. You can follow the process that they took to be able to achieve such results. And what did that entail? First, they made a decision. They set a North Star, which is we have to get faster, right? And we have to get faster in flowing value creation, start to finish. So first, they were thinking conceptually about customer experiences, about products, not about projects, and saying, for the folks who own the online process for filing claims, who are those people? Who works on this product, right? We're going to focus on the flow of work just for that slice of product, okay? In the pursuit of getting faster. But before they could get faster, they had to know, how fast are we going today? What's our current speed? How fast does it take to take an idea, like the one we spoke about in the previous slide, from ideation to production? They had to measure their baseline. And within that measurement, identify where work was slowing down. So you also know how long it takes end to end. And also you can see kind of where work just kind of slows down and waits, pauses, sits idle until it's picked up. That's your bottleneck. And what they would do is they would experiment around the bottlenecks, bring all the smart people and all their great ideas together to focus on a bottleneck and remove it, and proceed one by one, taking away those bottlenecks until they achieve that tremendous speed that we're talking about, the ability to take an idea end to end and get it into production within a few hours. After they had successes, and of course they had some failures, but after they had those successes, they took those learnings back to all the other value streams so that they can amplify the benefits to the entire organization. So of course, stories like what Nationwide experienced and many, many other stories from enterprise IT's digital transformation are so important to know and understand that the CEO of TaskTop, Dr. Kirsten, wrote a book about it, Project to Product, which is really to help organizations make the transition from project to product, but in very practical terms. And there he put out this framework called the Flow Framework, which basically tells you within the complex realities of enterprise IT, where you have thousands and maybe tens of thousands of practitioners and a long legacy of product, and maybe you're working with many vendors and subcontractors, and you have lots of tools and you have lots of departments and processes and workflows. Still, You can make the shift from project to product if you're able to reach into the digital footprints of the work, carve them out to view them through the business lens by product, and measure two things. Measure flow metrics, meaning how fast you're flowing value through your value streams, and their impact on business results, right? The business results that the products exist to support. So when we talk about measuring outcomes, we're really talking about measuring improvements to flow. Okay, so something that previously took 120 days, which was the case with Nationwide, could now be done in 8 hours, and measure the business results, right? And that fix that they did improved customer satisfaction, reduced call center wait times, improved policy renewals, right? All those things are business results. So you want to be measuring both and the relationship between them. So let's talk about measuring outcomes and what you really do measure when you talk about the flow. Every value stream exists to create value for the business. That's why you have your software developers and your testers and your product managers. We are all hired by our business to create value. So the form that the value takes on in a software delivery organization is of 4 flow items, units of value that are consumed by your customers. And we talk about them being features, defects, risk, and debt. And flow distribution, the first metric we're going to talk about, is one that tells you how are you spending or allocating capacity between those 4 types of flow items. So let's dive into that for a second. A healthy value stream or product value stream has to have a dynamic mix of both the business value creation work and business value protection work. Okay, you can't just be doing features all the time, right? In the world of product, you're the long-term custodian of this product, and you have to make sure that you fix its defects and that you address its risks and that you pay down your debt. So features is new business value, defects is quality improvements, risk is not risk. It's not a risk to meeting a deadline. It's a risk to the business. It's a security vulnerability. It's a condition where you're out of compliance, right? So risk is making sure that you're protecting the business from fines, from litigation. That's risk. And then there's debt. Debt is the improvements that you do in your code or ways of work to ensure that you can maintain good velocity over time, because if you never pay down your debt, it's going to end up slowing you down. So in flow distribution, you're looking to see a good distribution of those things. Let's move on to talk about flow velocity. Flow velocity is a measure of how much value is being delivered within a reporting period. How many features, how many defects, how much debt, and how many risks are you able to address? And you'll start off with a certain velocity, and your goal is going to be to double that velocity. There's no reason why, if you clear out all the wait states and the inefficiencies in your processes and you start working in smaller product teams, that you can't go very fast. So flow velocity is basically how much you get through the pipe. Flow efficiency is how efficiently work is moving through the pipe, and it basically measures how much of the time it takes to get something done from start to finish work is actually actively being worked on. So if you have a 43% flow efficiency like here, that means that for the rest of the time, the 57%, the work is waiting. Can you do anything to eliminate those wait states? Flow time is how much time it elapses from request to release. Is that 120 days or 8 hours? That's what you're going to figure out with flow time, and you're going to set targets that you want to shorten your flow time by half. Maybe you can shorten it by 90%. We've seen all examples of that kind of stuff. The last one we'll talk about is flow load. Flow load is a measure of all the work in progress, the cognitive load on the value stream, not on a single Kanban board, right? Or within the WIP limits of a few developers, rather for the value stream that has all the contributors that participate. How much work are they carrying? When that work goes above a certain threshold, there's too much context switching and their velocity starts to decline. Flow time gets longer, efficiency goes down, right? All these flow metrics are related to each other. So that's flow load, a leading indicator that you have to keep your eye on to see whether you can expect to be taking a hit on velocity or flow time. So those are the flow metrics, and you're going to optimize those flow metrics to achieve the business results that you need. You never look at them in a vacuum just to make them look pretty. You want to be improving the business results for the product. So let's talk about the second point, which is getting to product metrics fast. You might be thinking to yourself, this sounds very good, but our systems are so complex and not really designed to be able to extract just the data of one specific product value stream and get these metrics. We are a traditionally project-oriented organization, and our tooling looks just like that. So what I want to talk about is the product model. In the flow framework, you have the product model, which is basically telling you that you need to carve out the work of the contributing practitioners and departments that impact your flow, right, that contribute to your flow, you need to be able to isolate them. So you're not getting, an average for the whole company. You're getting an average for these people who work on this product. So you can focus on their work. And there's a lot of unique circumstances to each product. The goal here, and I'm showing you some examples from TaskTop products. This one is called TaskTop Viz, where you can see that you can point to each of the tools that are used at the different stages of value creation for this product value stream and say which are the specific artifact subsets that hold the data for this product model. So you want to be able to just point a tool at the subsets of work. And then when you have the work in your hands, right, you want to do something called activity modeling, which is basically doing like a quick judgment call on the work that's taking place to determine which of those units of work are features, which of them are actually defects, which of them are mapped to debt, which of them map to risk. So if you have a visual modeling layer, you could do this quite easily. And then for each of the states that work goes through, and you all have workflows and statuses in your tools, you want to make a judgment call which of those states map to a new state, an active state, a waiting state, or a done state, so you can create those. And finally, one thing that you have to note is that your delivery pipeline, the tools that you use to support doing the work, the software delivery work, is never static. So you have to be able to pull the data from all the tools in their current state and tools you're adding and tools that you might be removing. You have to have flexibility. That's why the flow framework has this concept of an integration model. Make sure that you can reach into all the tools that are contributing to the work, and also make sure that you have good flow between the tools, so it's not the tools that are slowing you down. So now let's move on to number 3, which would be aligning with the business. How to focus teams on generating new business value while negotiating priorities like tech debt. So the biggest shift from project to product is the fact that you have long-term ownership of a product. So as the custodians of the product, you really have to think about its whole lifespan, right? And that's why a ton of product value streams also have a dedicated. They do their own support. Either they have a dedicated person on their team that does the support for their product, or they all share in the load. But the idea is that you care about what happens when the rubber hits the road, when your product is out in production. But you also care about paying down the debt. You're not handing the product off to someone else to maintain it. It's you that's going to be maintaining it now for years. So you own that code base. So as such, you have to have almost like this food pyramid, right? You have to have a good mix of these different components to ensure the longevity of your product. So what that means is that you have to have the ability to negotiate with your business partners what gets done. You can't be in the situation where they're never giving you time to do the compliance work or pay down the debt or experiment with some new technology that could make you go faster. And it's all features, features, features. So you need to establish this kind of language and framework with your business partners, and your product managers and your stakeholders need to understand that for the long-term success of a product has to have all these components, and together you're going to control how much of each one you do in a quarter or in a month or in a release, right? That's something for you to negotiate. You can't neglect debt in perpetuity. Otherwise, you get into what's known as a product death spiral, where features take longer and longer to do because your code is this huge spaghetti, right? And you're swamped with defects, and you just can't fix anything fast enough. That's a product death spiral. Risk work is just as crucial as feature work, right? Especially if you're in a safety critical business, you have to do your compliance work. You have to breach those security vulnerabilities, and it can't be neglected all the time in favor of feature work. So I want to tell you an interesting story about the cost of neglected debt. Okay, and this is from one of the companies that TaskTop worked with and advised. So we're talking about a financial services firm here that desperately needed to innovate, right? They were being massively disrupted. But when you look at their flow velocity, you can see that they don't have a ton of features, right? Not a ton of green. They do have very high volumes of defect, but not a lot of green right over here. So, and what's also kind of striking is while you see yellow, which symbolizes risk, and that's defects and that's features, you don't see any debt work here. When you look into the features that they have in progress, you can see the split between active time and wait time. So this is their feature work, and feature work is not that efficient, right? There's a lot of wait time in there, and you want to kind of figure out why. So by clicking into Analyze Load or Find Bottlenecks is where you can really get the information about what is slowing them down. And what we found was that they had this core backend services, a painful legacy constraint. You can liken this to the mainframe at the bank, right? This very critical backend component that all work kind of touches. So even if, as they were investing heavily on digital channels and funding, digital channels, the digital channel work at one point had to touch, even if very lightly, these core backend services, and that's where it would get stuck. So what this revealed is that basically you have to do something about these core backend services. You can't just fund the digital teams and say, go as fast as you can and launch all these cool features if you're not going to invest in the core backend services, which is this old monolith that the time has come to break it up, right? And we all know different strategies to break up these big legacy pieces. That's work that needs to be done because you can very clearly see this is what's holding them back. And the VP DevOps said, we lost credibility with the business. No one wanted to fund this debt because they couldn't see that, the business impacts that it was having, and we never had a way to show them demonstrable improvements. But here, if they measured flow time while they still had this problem, and then could show that as they chipped away at the core backend services, flow time improved, velocity went up, there's your business case for getting funding for something like this. So now let's talk about the last point, empowering teams, how to motivate teams and new product structures to overcome constraints and dependencies. So again, here I want to tell you another story about how flow metrics can be so empowering in just bringing about change. So let's take this as an example from the healthcare industry where they were using flow metrics to drive process and tool implementation changes. So when they looked at their flow metrics, what they could see over here in their distribution was that they were inundated with defect and support work, right? Like, what is that? August is nearly all red, right? And when they saw it this way, they started drilling in, like, what is the reason for that? And what they found was that wasn't really defect work. A lot of that were people calling the help desk and being confused about where did that button go? Turns out that they'd gotten so good at releasing so frequently, right? Which is great, and it's like the ideal DevOps situation, right? That you can release your features really fast. But they were serving a community of more than 20,000 healthcare practitioners who were working with customers day in, day out, and they couldn't absorb the rate of change. So every time something changed, a drop-down list moved somewhere else, a button disappeared, a tab got changed, they couldn't keep track, and they would call the help desk, and even the help desk people didn't know what was going on and would have to escalate this to dev. And a lot of the support work wasn't really defect work, it was just a drain. And what they understood was that they needed to experiment and process change. So what they did is they started doing, let me click over here, they started doing dark launches of new features and only unveiling them once a month when they could do proper training and communication around it. And they started that release cadence right there between August and September. And then you can see that gradually, you can see the volume of the red going down and the green is increasing, right? And they managed to switch that, right? Now they're doing mostly features and just a little defect work. And they took this learning and they shared it with the other product value streams who started adopting a similar cadence. So they were amplifying their wins, right, throughout the organization. And the other thing that they did was they looked at their flow efficiency and they had this amazing efficiency. Wow, 100% efficiency at the beginning in August and September. No one has 100% efficiency, right? It can't be that work never waits. So when they saw it this way, they understood that their tools were simply not allowing them to flag work that's waiting. And everybody said, oh, hire more developers. You guys are so slow. And they were like, wait a second, let's put in the proper wait states to capture when work is waiting in our tools to figure out what role we need to hire for, if at all. And when they did that, first of all, they put in all the wait states, and then they got a much better read on their flow efficiency. It went down to 61.5. But what they also found that the wait states where work was spending its time was not with developers, rather it was in business analysis. They needed another BA. So they took this data to their CIO, and they got permission to hire another BA outside a budgeting cycle, which never happens. So these are so powerful. Your flow metrics are so powerful in changing the way you run the business and empowering teams to make a change that benefits them and makes their flow better. And when your employees are more engaged, they give 40 to 80% more discretionary effort and work. So it's really valuable. So last slide would be just, the most important thing is for you to get aligned with the business. The business is measuring itself with business results and value creation. You too have to get aligned with that. The sooner you start, the better. You can measure your flow. You can find where your problems are. So you're empowered to experiment around it and make the change and immediately see the impact of your efforts. You can start having healthier conversations with the business when you plan and strategize, and you can improve team happiness and engagement. So I hope you found this beneficial. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me if you want to continue the conversation. My email address is naomi.lurie@tasktop.com. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya, and I'm Chief Technology Officer at Quali. In this talk, I'm going to focus on infrastructure automation in the value stream. Applying a holistic approach to infrastructure automation in the value stream can be one of the most rewarding strategies for being more efficient and for optimizing costs. My goal in this session is to give you some practical guidelines that can help you make the most out of infrastructure automation in your value stream. So when we talk about continuous delivery and DevOps, the value stream represents a series of stages that can generate continuous value to our customers. It consists of all the steps that you see on the slide: initiating, planning the product or the new features that we want to add, building them, and delivering the product, of course. And eventually, we're providing customers with value through customer experience in our production environment. And the whole point of value stream mapping is to understand it, analyze it, and make it more efficient. And we can do that by eliminating constraints along the way and removing inefficiencies. And of course, the number one way to remove inefficiencies is automation. So what does all this have to do with infrastructure? Well, it has a lot to do with infrastructure. Pretty much every stage here requires access to infrastructure. We need development environments for all developers. We need environments for product owners. We need test environments. We need continuous integration environments. We need staging environments. We need to deploy to production, blue-green, canary. All this means infrastructure. So no matter where you do all this, whether it is in a data center with VMware VMs or AWS or Azure, GCP, or physical desktop, or all of the above, where there is value stream, there is infrastructure. Now, if we want to automate the value stream, infrastructure automation is fundamental to doing that, and it's a critical component in it. If we ignore infrastructure and we try to automate only the business processes, then the results could be very disappointing. Let me give you a very common example. I automate this performance test. It takes 2 days. I'm so proud. This test that used to take 2 days now takes 2 minutes. I practically saved us 2 days in testing. And this, testing is an area in the value stream that we often want to be more efficient in. Sounds amazing, right? I can take it, I can now make it part of my continuous integration, make it part of my continuous testing. Great potential here. But now, wait. This test needs to run on a test environment. And maybe, while I was busy automating this test, I wasn't really thinking about the fact that it took another team 2 weeks to provision the environment. So this test never took 2 days in my value stream. It actually took 2 weeks and 2 days. And now that I shortened my 2 days to 2 minutes, it takes 2 weeks and 2 minutes. Not a great improvement, right? So we need to understand that in most cases, infrastructure automation and application deployment automation are going to be critical components in value stream automation. It's often not so obvious because infrastructure is really under the surface. When we think about what moves in the value stream, we often think about application products. And we think about the business tasks. I need to develop, I need to test, I need to connect it to CI/CD. We think applications. But applications require infrastructure. And this means every time someone gets an application environment to do anything in the value stream, it actually goes through some very complex things that we need to automate, from compute to network to storage to data to security elements. Someone or something needs to get all this done so that the value stream can move. And now the question is, okay, so who can do it and how fast can we do it? And most of the time, the answer is that the number of people who need application and infrastructure environments is much, much bigger than the number of cloud and automation experts that can give it to them or can automate the infrastructure. And the more technologies that we deal with and the more complex our environments are, the more we need different skill sets along the way. And this creates a lot of manual inefficiencies that will affect our value stream and will make it slower. In infrastructure, you may know that from your own experience. I sure know it from mine. It creates some of the most painful silos that we see along the value stream. And one of the big advantages of infrastructure automation is actually that if it's done right, it can be very significant in eliminating and getting rid of some of these silos. But hiring the talent and getting automation across to a lot of people in the value stream is not the only challenge with infrastructure. And this is also something that we need to think about. Infrastructure is an extremely sensitive thing. First of all, infrastructure is very expensive. Cloud is very expensive. If we have shared environments that we keep up running all the time, it's extremely expensive. If we automate infrastructure and we forget it, just sitting idle somewhere, it's extremely expensive. Sometimes you get the cloud bills, you have no idea how to understand them. So that's one area of pain. Another one is security and compliance. Infrastructure creates a lot of security and compliance risks for businesses. And when you deal with infrastructure, you can easily create vulnerabilities. If you're not aware of security best practices, you can accidentally configure cloud services incorrectly. You can be in trouble. If you give people cloud credentials and they get compromised, you can be in trouble. It's not because people are bad, it's because they don't always pay attention to it, or maybe they're not aware of it when they are automating. So we understand that automation is something that can increase the risk associated with both cost and security. And I want to talk about a way to handle infrastructure automation in the value stream. And I think the most important thing is to make sure that you don't miss three very basic key elements to the value stream when dealing with infrastructure automation. And what I'm going to talk about sounds pretty simple. I think that's the beauty of it. But it's often today an afterthought, and it results in a lot of inefficiencies and problems. And the reason is that infrastructure automation in the value stream usually doesn't start from thinking about the value stream or value stream mapping. The most common way to start with infrastructure automation is when someone that can code has to do infrastructure tasks and they decide that it needs to be automated. And if you're an engineer or a developer, you know this feeling when you do something boring and tedious, and after 2-3 times you do it, you say, hey, this is stupid. I am so going to automate that. And you choose your preferred language, you go online, you find some product that's probably free, you get some community help, and you go for it. But infrastructure automation, as we've already seen, it's something that's very sensitive, and it's also something that repeats itself in the value stream. Everyone can use it. So if every developer thinks of their own way to automate it, then it probably wouldn't be the best use of their time, and we wouldn't get the most value in our value stream. And it's actually one of these things in the value stream that gives you an opportunity for a horizontal approach and something that could break silos potentially. But it will only happen if you are proactive about it and if you see it holistically along the value stream. And if you want to do it right, it's more than just automating things and making them faster. It's also about self-service, and it's also about governance. So let's start with automation, because this is where we start, right? We have our value stream mapping. We want to automate infrastructure provisioning throughout the value stream. We need to be able to technically automate these tasks. So the first question is, can we make this process faster? For example, it takes me 30 minutes to get an environment to a developer today. Can we make it 5? A good example for this is trying to do some of the tasks for application deployment in parallel to other tasks of infrastructure provisioning, because we already know the sequence. This can cut a significant amount of time as we automate infrastructure. So this is something technical that can really help us. Second, another question is automation scalable, right? We don't want automation to be in the hand of just 1 or 2 people. We don't want only 1 or 2 people to be able to build it or maintain it, because it's just not scalable for a larger organization. And the factors that you should be looking at is, first of all, good engineering, right? You need infrastructure as code practices. Can we source control our infrastructure automation? What does it mean to make changes? How do we maintain it? Does it need to sit with the code, right? How does the process look for changing it? There's also the question of reuse and modularity. And reuse is the best way to achieve efficiency through the value stream. If the developers create some scripts that is very long and is only relevant to one area of the value stream and you can't reuse it in other stages, that's a shame. Modularity and parentarization can help you reuse, because when automation is modular, you can take the building blocks and you can use them to build other things that are relevant across the value stream. Another important thing in the automation front is value stream integrations, right? I talk about infrastructure automation because that's my field of expertise. But for the application or platform ops teams that sees the value stream as a whole, and this is just one piece in the puzzle, right? You don't want to be wasting time gluing things together, and you need to make sure that you have more than just REST APIs. You need to make sure that you have seamless integration to CI/CD tools, to your source control, Jenkins and Azure DevOps and and GitHub, whatever tools that are part of your ecosystem. Another thing is value stream awareness, right? We have tons of automation tools, and a lot of them are very generic, right? The classic example is something like a script, like a bash script, right? You can do anything with it. But there are also value stream automation tools that are more aware of the value stream, and they give you specific capabilities that can help you get to what you want faster. For example, blue-green deployment support, right? This is something that could really help you, and if you don't get it out of the box, you definitely need to develop it yourself. So this is something, if you've ever talked to anyone from a DevOps or platform team, the most common complaint is that they are swamped. Part of the reason is because they sometimes try to do everything on their own, and this could be a reason for being very swamped. So that's something to consider. There's a growing number of options that give more out of the box when it comes to value streams. Next step, self-service. In the value stream, we have a lot of stages. We have a lot of people, a lot of users, and there is great potential for reusing a lot of the automation that we create. Because if you think about it, the value stream is about moving the same application components all the way from development to production. So we actually have an amazing opportunity here to reuse components, automation components, across the value stream. But there are silos along the value stream that we need to break. And not all of the users across the value streams are coders. Sometimes need to understand that. Not all of them are experts. Not all of them are in love with YAML and JSON. So the question is, how do we get our automation and our building blocks to these people, to everyone, right? Can we make them self-sufficient? And this can be a very serious obstacle. The classic example is when you have infrastructure automation in place and it's wonderful. Technically, it's working. And for the person that developed this, it's very, very simple. You're just getting some YAML file. It's conveniently located in GitHub. You make some changes in the value file. It's the friendliest of config files that you can think of. And you're running this one command, and ta-da, you're all set. Everything works. But only 5 people in the organization can actually do it. And I'm exaggerating here because it's usually less. The rest of the people, they have no idea that this automation exists. They don't know where to find it in GitHub. They don't know what GitHub is, or they got lost with the config file, or it's not exactly what they need, or they're getting errors and they have no idea what to do with it. And they don't know what's happening. And if multiple people in the value stream need the automation, especially if it's multiple teams, and especially if it's multiple locations, you have to spend some time thinking about self-service for infrastructure automation in your value stream. It will not just happen. People will not just turn into coders, and automation will not just expand if it's not very usable for other people. You have to think about the user experience of your automation like a product. And it's true about your value stream platform in general. How do users in different places in the value stream get access to this automation? How can you make sure that they get full value and that you get full value from everything you invested automating? Sometimes you need to think about low-code options, especially when you have a lot of people that cannot code and they won't understand what is happening with code-based or heavy code-based automation. And if you're serving a few value streams, we're talking more about the platform ops and the platform scenario, then you have to start thinking about self-service for also creating the infrastructure templates from building blocks and not just serving the templates to other, because this would make it more scalable. Finally, you need to think about not losing control. Governance, or however you call it, security, compliance, cost. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission, right? I usually like it, but maybe not in infrastructure automation. Ask anyone that was in the front page of the newspaper for hard-coded passwords in GitHub. We don't want to be there. That's not the reason we want to be in the newspaper. And it really depends on how much your business can tolerate risk, and not everyone is in the same position. But most people wouldn't be able to tolerate a lot of these vulnerabilities. And when you do automation, you cannot assume that just because someone can automate, it means that they understand cloud security, that they understand security guidelines, or that they understand the consequences of not being aware of it or not following it. Real life examples. Oops, I put customer data that is not anonymized on a public S3 bucket happened. Oops, my developers use public machines on Azure and they were hacked happened. Oops, we didn't configure the firewalls correctly happens, right? In automation happens to everyone almost. The question is who gets caught? And when you plan your infrastructure automation in the value stream, you want to, on one hand, minimize archaic approaches like approval flows, right? You don't want to get to the point where someone asks for something to be done and it has to go through 5 people that look at it and say, oh, does it make sense? Is it secure? Does it cost too much? Is he allowed to do it? Is she allowed to do it? You don't want them to wait for a week and then get a reply that they need to change this and that. So you don't want approval flows. But on the other hand, you need to be able to embed cost and security best practices in your automation. So either you have the experts to do it, or you can use products that bring some of these capabilities out of the box. The simplest one that you absolutely must look at anyway is role-based access control. Just being able to know who gets access to what, and not giving everyone cloud credentials, right? That's the basic. And then of course, there's also cost control things that you need to somehow get. Being able to tag infrastructure automatically, being able to shut down things automatically in development and testing, and also in production. And policies is another important aspect of it. If people are using automation, you want this automation to run as fast as possible, but it also has to work with some rules and within some guardrails. And it's possible to automate it, and there are options to do it that have that where some of the implementation was already done for you. As I said, there's a growing number of products and services in the market that can give you a lot more of it out of the box. In some cases, some parts of it will also be in low code, so that you don't need to hire security and network experts that are also coders. That's a big consideration when you're trying to scale. There are really a lot of options depending on your needs. And the most important thing I can say about it is don't get too far with automation without giving this some thought. So here's the cheat sheet, the summary of all the factors that you can consider before jumping into your infrastructure automation adventure. Making sure you cover all of them is really a great step towards value stream automation and infrastructure automation that can get you more value and that you can actually scale. So thank you for joining this session. If you have any questions, you're welcome to contact me on LinkedIn or anywhere else. And good luck with your journey.
Hello, VSM DevCon. I'm Christina Cardoza, news editor of SC Times. I hope everyone learned a lot and had a great day, but we're not done yet. We have a panel of experts, which I'll introduce momentarily, ready to answer your value stream questions. So head on over to our VSM DevCon Slack community by clicking the Slack logo below this video and enter your questions there in the Value Streams questions channel, and we'll get to as many as possible. Lastly, we hope you will all provide feedback about the conference and about our speakers today in a survey we'll send out after the conference. Now, without further ado, let's get our panelists on. Joining us today, we have Chris Kondo, Principal Analyst at Forrester, Jeffrey Keyes, Vice President of Products at Plutora, Lance Knight, Chief Operating Officer at Connectall, Scott Erlinger, Senior Product Manager at Digital AI, and Chris Nowak, Director of DevOps Advisory and Adoption at HCL. While we're waiting for the questions to come in, I want to start with you, Chris Kondo from Forrester. You were one of the very first people I heard start talking about value stream in the software development world, you and Forrester. So what did you see in the beginning that made you identify this trend, and what are you seeing today?
Sure. So thanks very much. I would say that my colleague, actually, Diego Lajudige, he precedes me at Forrester by about 10 plus years, had been following along on this topic, and we started getting a lot of inquiries about DevOps and lack of visibility in the DevOps tool streams. People saying we have a lot of automation, but we don't have a lot of data. We still are stuck with the stand-up meeting that developers, often are like, I don't know, it might take me another day, maybe it take me another day and a half. And all this anecdotal data was not really helping drive decisions. It was nothing that you could build continuous improvement off of. And I think that and so we started talking about it and thinking about it. And then I think the other thing that kind of came into all this was this infusion of Dora. I'm going to blame Dora for all my clients' woes, because they're like, how do I get those metrics? How did they even figure that out? None of my development team told me I could actually get data about the process of software delivery. They told me it wasn't possible. And yet this woman's on stage talking about all these 2,700 times faster and whatnot. And so we said, all right, well, let's take a look at this and see what we can dig into it. And what we came up to the conclusion of collectively at Forrester is that this idea of a value stream is really important. The concept of delivering value, the idea of connecting all your tools together is very important. And so we started writing research and said, well, what would a value stream management tool look like? What would we want it to be? Because we didn't really see anything that called itself that. So we said, let's just make one up and see what it looks like. And so we created these pillars of, basically tool integration, a common data model to store all the different states, a mapping tool, some visibility, some metrics, and then we wanted some governance. So we just threw it all together, all these ingredients in, and we hoped it would bake a cake. And then we did like a, and then we did an initial evaluation in 2018, and we found all the firms in that evaluation, like Plutora, CollabNet at the time, TaskTop, CloudBees was in there, several other firms. They basically had a set of tools that were sort of nibbling on the edges of what value stream was. They had capabilities for connecting tools, or they had capabilities for surfacing metrics, but like they weren't necessarily thinking about them in terms of end-to-end value streams. And so when we talked with them, it really got their mind thinking like, this is a pretty important concept. And so like Bob Davis from Plutora told me, I tried out this concept at the DevOps show and everyone loved it. And I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm glad people like it. And so it kind of took on a life of its own. And what, you asked what's changed from now and then. I would say recognition that value stream management is a methodology, that it's something that people want to get their hands around. But like DevOps, it does have sort of this floating definition of what it could be, what it might be, what it is. And I think that, so there's that. The next thing is that I think it's entered a little bit of the hype zone. So I'm a little bit worried about that a little bit, where at one time it seemed like a very new concept. Now it seems like a very overhyped concept. But the main thing is that at the time, companies had capabilities that they said, this capability can also do value stream management. And now companies are saying, we are directing our attention to deliver a value stream management solution. We're trying to effectively figure out what our customers want, and they're working towards those solutions. So that's why you see some big players entering the market now. You see ServiceNow, you see Atlassian, kicking around the edges there. CloudBees, who had an early kind of entry, and then they backed off and started with this whole software delivery management. You see TaskDrop, who had a lot of really early ideas about value stream management, and then dove right in and created their own tool set. ConnectAll, which was, a connection hub, but now they have a value stream management component. And so what I think you're seeing is that it turned into a market, it turned into a set of capabilities, and it's matured, but it's still a very, very new concept for many companies. It's still a very new set of technologies, and it's still being defined. And so I think it's a very exciting space. So if nothing else, it's gotten more exciting and more interesting, and hopefully not too much more confusing.
Great. Lance, I'm actually, I'm interested in hearing about your experience with value stream. You were an early adopter coming from the manufacturing background. So how did your experience on the shop floor translate into software development?
It didn't. That's why we're trying to figure that out. It's all along. So, I did the whole thing on that today, right? Where you look at this thoughts of production control, and we try to take value stream and value stream mapping and lean and Kaizen and Six Sigma and line that all up to software delivery, and it doesn't quite line up, right? I mean, the batch sizes are bigger, the projects are different, the things you do are different, and how they get done, right? So as we're finally getting to that point, I know there's been a lot of books on this, but we're finally getting to that point where we're starting to understand how we can do that. How can we transform these principles and use them to do effective value stream management from a human perspective? And then the tool vendors here, we're going to help that value stream leader be more efficient with the metrics and the analytics and the connections of the tools, so they have visibility and providing that control center to do it with. Some of those concepts, though, they just do not translate. So we have to be malleable enough in what we're thinking to help everybody make that translation and become more effective with it in their organization.
Great. Now, Scott, Digital AI recently came out with the State of Agile report, and you guys found that a lot of people were either interested in adopting value stream, have already adopted it, or are looking to adopt it. Where do you see VSM getting adopted the most? Like safe DevOps transformation, ALM users.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the way that we tend to view value stream management, again, is more of this end-to-end process that includes the different components that you talked about, be it, agile planning or DevOps or analytics or even in-app security. So the thing is that, each of those different pieces is one of the components. So, different customers obviously are going to have different types of problems that they're actually looking to solve. And, they'll then be looking to pull those different pieces, into their whole entire value stream. So I think that the honest answer is going to be that they're going to have to look into sort of all these pieces there. So if a user has problems delivering software quickly and delivering software they actually know delivers value to a customer, then they would need to look more into their safe methodology. If they're finding that the releases aren't reliable or they're too slow, there's too many manual steps into it, then they'll have to look more into their DevOps flow there. So I think that that's the thing about value stream management. Since it's such an end-to-end process, there's actually lots of different places that different users will need and different companies will need to look into in order to adopt it.
Great. And what about you, Chris from HCL? Are you seeing similar things, or are you seeing VSM being adopted in a particular place or a particular transformation?
No, I would agree with what Scott said. I think what we're seeing is, in many ways, it's like DevOps, right? DevOps can mean different things to different companies at different times. And so, when we go in there, we're like, well, what are you trying to accomplish? What does DevOps mean to you? Let's figure that out. What's your pain point, right? Because you can apply a lot of different concepts, whether it's infrastructure, application delivery. Value stream is sort of the same way. It's almost like DevOps at a higher level, and you're like, well, what problem are we really trying to solve? It's just that it's connected a lot more to the business outcomes you're looking for. And I think, maybe that's a bit of the difference. Now we're starting to elevate a little bit more out of IT and into, let's make IT kind of really part of the business where it never really was until, recently. Now, now you're starting to get folks, CIO at the table, right? So I think we're seeing similar things, but it's always a little bit of a different flavor.
Great. Now, Jeff, you talked a little bit about this morning in your session about identifying and capturing value stream management metrics that matter. So how would you say you measure waste or rework effort in VSM?
Measuring waste and rework in VSM is just part of the metrics that come up. At a larger scale, kind of following on the previous question, a lot of what we see is a management fatigue of lack of visibility, what's happening in the development organization. From an executive point of view, they've got great visibility in what they're planning because, of course, in order to make that pitch, in order to make those investments, the PMO organization and the planning has already set things out. They've got great visibility in what's happening from an operational and from a service management point of view. And from an executive point of view, hey, we just expect that to be there. The CIO knows. And everything else that happens in between, oh my gosh, it's black box. Who knows? And there's fatigue on that. People, the acceptance and acknowledgement that, well, that's voodoo science and we just can't know what's there. That's no longer acceptable. And every single one of our customers is having to acknowledge that I need to provide a breakdown of the kinds of work that we're doing. What's our efficiency? What is the amount of flow through the system? Hey, I'm 6 months into being a product guy at Platora. I used to be a marketing guy here. And I'll tell you, I probably not a week goes by that I don't have some level of conversation of, how much are we pushing through this system? How can we do better? What are the areas of inefficiencies? And I'm a product guy, and these are sort of very technical kinds of questions, and the metrics just need to flow up. The value of these metrics, of the breakdowns of the kinds of work that we're doing, what's the defects level, what's the amount of feature work, how much is risk prevention and improving our system, all those are pretty critical to get sort of a flavor of what's happening in the system. And, Chris, you're absolutely right. All this was sort of inspired by the DORA metrics of saying, how fast are you deploying? Oh my gosh, let's go figure out our infrastructure. Or how are our tests doing first? Because I would love to deploy that fast, but we ain't there yet. So,
yeah.
And that's what all of our customers are saying, bar none, especially in these enterprises.
I'd also add that I think that the complexity of distributed development, distributed agile, and the whole trend of microservices, where now there's multiple, not just multiple, like hundreds or maybe thousands of components being shipped on a daily basis. It's almost impossible to get your head around what is the alignment between 15 different microservices on a schedule. It used to be you had a 3-tiered architecture: your web layer, your application layer, your database layer. All we have to do is keep those 3 guys in line, and we're good.
And you're good, yes.
Right? Not anymore, right? Now it's incredibly complicated. There's components being updated. There's data being shuttled around for distributed system support. And so data is needed very much so. Whether it comes from a value stream management tool to help manage that or some other tools, I think is going to be fleshed out. But I think value stream management is on the right track as far as helping teams at least understand where's everybody, what's slowing us down, where is there waste, where things aren't being processed or could be automated, and what is our alignment at a portfolio level to make sure that when this feature X goes out the door, the 5 microservices that need to support it are going to be there when we need them. And if they're not, how do we mitigate that? What kind of technology do we need to have a more sophisticated deployment? All that stuff is very important to people. And at scale, it becomes very scary when everything is a black box.
Yep.
Chris, that's really the key, though, right? I mean, 10 years ago, we worried about it, like you said, with a 3-tier, and that was hard enough. You have 150 people in a call with a spreadsheet that's 50 miles long, and now by the way, let's just turn everything into 1,000 components or microservices. So,
right.
It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with everybody here more. I mean, it's really all about the data. I mean, it takes it from being essentially a process where you want to improve a certain step to actually looking at the data, using that to drive your processes, and then seeing the actual outcomes and your business impacts and being able to measure it and then iterate. It's really a much more disciplined, sort of measurable process.
Mm-hmm. There's a huge challenge, though, as you look at these microservices. They're supposed to be encapsulated, and they're all using different tools to develop. How do you get all that up together so you make business decisions and tie that up to your OKRs, right?
Yep.
That's the big challenge is you got, 20 different delivery tool systems, and they all got to come together, to let you know that you're at this certain stage in that. So that's where, when I was talking about the governance model a little bit, how that could help, you actually see down all the way through to the different teams and having some type of structure in an organization, not just the tool, but actual structure to have all that stuff be connected either manually or by a tool, so that you get that hierarchical view down into what's going on.
Great. Now, one of our listeners is at a startup, so they haven't started Value Stream yet, but they're interested in it. They don't have any tools yet or a delivery pipeline. And Chris, you talked about in the beginning how you're worried that Value Stream is becoming a little bit overhyped. A lot of tools are now entering the market. So do you have any advice for how they can get started or how they can navigate through this?
Yeah, so I think it's important, even as a startup, to understand what is the delivery process for, how do ideas go from an idea into the phase of being developed into a product, into test, and then into production. And if they don't draw that out and keep I'm not sure if they need a value stream management tool, but they certainly need to understand what their value stream is, and being able to articulate it is certainly something that their investors would like to know, and getting metrics on what's going on. The good news for them is that all the vendors that are featured here offer solutions for them. There are also other vendors that offer those kinds of capabilities more and more built into those platforms. And so getting visibility and getting data when you're starting in a green field is a lot easier than when you're starting in a brown field where you've got massive corporations with 5 different business units, each one with a separate tool chain. Then you need something like Plutora or ConnectAll to make their life make sense. But this particular person, I think their best thing they can do is understand what is our value stream, and are we actually measuring value being delivered? And I think that's the most important thing with a startup, is that you have this idea, you bring it to fruition, you put it out the door. How are you actually measuring your success? If you're not measuring success and you're just putting stuff out the door, then it doesn't really matter what's going on in between that. You really don't have a good idea of how you're delivering value to your customers. And then when you understand how you're delivering value to the customers or what the customer perceives as value, you can quickly adjust and change your product to suit their needs, or discover that you're going down a dead end and need to do something different. Once they build up a little bit more capability or whatever, maybe a value stream management tool is something that they need, but certainly keeping an eye on what their value stream is very valuable.
I'd just like to echo Chris's comments there. Before I was at HCL, I actually worked in industry. So I was financial services doing DevOps stuff, right? And early days of DevOps, everybody wanted to automate everything. That, we buy the tool will solve all problems, right? But we found out very quickly that if you automate a bad process, bad stuff just goes down range faster. So you learn that lesson fast. And what I would say, value stream is probably the same way, right? To Chris's point. Get it on paper, put it on the whiteboard, understand the process, make sure it's lean where you want it, and make sure you're doing the right things before you even think about coding it up in any kind of a tool.
I would throw into that too, that remember that value stream, managing your value stream is as much a cultural and a process as it is a tool. Got to get away from this thinking that just, buy a tool and I'm good. It's not about the dashboard. Recognize that your ultimate ideal here is to get collaboration, just as much as DevOps is a cultural shift of combining the goals of development operations from an enterprise point of view. The goal of value stream management is to align the entire company behind the idea of what does it take to deliver value, the governance, the metrics, the transparency between the teams and within the team from step to step.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jeff said as well. I mean, one of the major things about Value Stream is connecting the development efforts and the IT efforts to what the business needs are. And once, the business decision makers are able to see, what's going on in the development world, what's the actual cost and impact, then they're able to make better decisions. And likewise, once the development team is able to see how their work actually affects the business, then they're also able to make better decisions and know the value of their work.
I laugh because I think of one of the first research things that Chris, you showed, and it showed a summary of how people measure success of software delivery. And number one was something I used to use. Did we blow up production?
Right.
Hey, no servers went down. We're good.
Exactly. If no one's calling me on the phone, it must be fine.
Right.
Lance,
Turns
you look
out-
like you're looking to say something. Do you have any advice or anything to add?
So for the person who asks a question, I think they're already ahead of the game just by asking the question, right? I mean, if you're in a startup, you're kind of ahead of the game if you're thinking about how to have your value stream managed. Because most of the time in startups, it just grows, and there's no sense to it. And if you're already trying to manage it, that's cool. I also feel like I should say something like, "Well, I agree with Chris in what he had to say."
You don't have to.
I meant Noack, but I also agree with you too, Chris.
You never know. There's so many people named Chris at Forrester. We have to call ourselves by our last names.
Lance, 2 for 1 today, so you can go.
Great. Now, a lot of people, not everyone, are approaching value stream coming from Agile and DevOps already. So Chris Nowak from HCL, how would you say value stream helps elevate those practices?
You know, I think it forces the conversation. And it's just as hard of a conversation as when you talk about what real DevOps was. But I think that's really where it is you know that you need some help. You know you need to examine things. You're looking back saying, all the stuff we used to do, it's either not working or it's stalled or our competitors are getting ahead of us. And so it does elevate the conversation, and it can become almost an executive conversation. To everybody's points here, right? You're talking about the business value and aligning IT to the business. And you really have to figure that one out. And it doesn't mean you have to spend, millions of dollars on a transformation, but you have to really be clear about why you're doing what you're doing and what processes matter, and maybe more importantly, what processes don't.
Great. And I know, Lance, we've had conversations where we've actually talked that you actually don't need to be coming from an Agile or DevOps background to be doing value stream successfully. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so you don't have to come from Agile. No, I think you got to come from an operational or a process-based background. So I think you'll see a lot of this come out of the IT operations, where those people are going to start to take a lead a little bit here in value stream management. But it's more of like a continuous improvement background. Being able to see where the waste is, understand it, be able to remove that waste. I see that coming forward in a lot of these organizations. And earlier Chris said something, if I have a bad process and I automate it, it's still just as bad. Well, I was going to try to quote something from Peter Drucker, but I just forgot it, so I'll let you all go. But automating a bad process is a bad thing to do. I mean, it's much better to have a system-based process than a human-based process for automation. So you'll see these types of roles, I think, uncover from an IT operational perspective.
Great. Now, we heard a lot of terms thrown around today. We heard value stream leader, value stream manager, value stream architects, mapping, management. So how do you make sense of all of this? What do you really need to be successful with your value streams? Jeff, if you want to take this one.
Well, you bet. I'll go back to the process, because I know everybody's out there just, chomping the bit. Give me a tool to buy, please. Get alignment. One of the first things that really struck me, just going back, if you haven't watched the talk by Jonathan Smart at IT Rev a couple of years ago, where he gave a talk about the PMO is dead, long live the PMO, it was eye-opening, because I think it was given at a DevOps conference. And again, in 2018, not really anybody was talking value stream management. We were. It was new, and we were excited about it, but it was really unheard of. What was funny about it is in the middle of the talk, he's showing their value stream and how in the middle, the development team was celebrating their level of agility and how automated they were. But as you zoom out on that picture, there was 18 months of planning and design work that was going on. And there's another 6 months and stuck into the release and compliance tax and how to do delivery into actual production. And he was lamenting how funny it was that, here they're so excited about how agile and automated they are. The point of looking at value streams is it really does take together the practices of agile, which we've been doing for, decades, and the practices of DevOps, which has now been around for 10 years, and looks at the entirety of the process to evaluate this as a system and implement a method of continuous improvement over the top of it by capturing the metrics, integrating the tool chain, and looking at the entire cycle. That's the point. How do you do that? You got to get alignment. How do you get alignment? I'll tell you, the very first thing that I have done that has been the most effective at getting alignment is a stupid process called value stream mapping. I don't want to belabor the point too much, but the point of it isn't so much of all the cool things you're going to learn. Oh my gosh, this is going to drive us. No, it's about getting everybody on the same team, getting everybody in the same goal of realizing we all are responsible for a product that's going to the customer. That product we care very much about, not only the product, but also about the manufacturing engine that we're going to continually refine and improve to get us there. That is the practice of value stream management, connecting all this stuff together.
I'd like to drop a little story on that. This is when I worked at one of the banks before I was in this business, but it was about 2014 or so. And, we had all these delivery processes, right? And we're looking at, so you got the build engineering stream and a release management stream, developers, and then my team, the DevOps platform services teams. And it took me, and I didn't really realize I was doing a value stream map at the time, but I just wanted to look at the process. I'm like, why are things taking so long? And so I had these 4 swim lanes on a Visio, and I went back and forth for almost 3 weeks with the heads of each streams. And they all were disagreeing on what the process was. I go, but you guys, you have been doing the same thing together for 3 years. How are you not agreeing? Like, vehemently divergent, right? And we finally got to one source of truth. But I'm looked back and we said, we did a value stream map is what we did. It turns out, right, one whole swim lane could go away, 70 processes could be X'd out. But I think, the larger point there is, with all the terms that are being thrown around, it can be common sense. Just step back and say, look, what am I trying to achieve? Forget about the words, forget about the roles, and just say, look, the goal is to move value. What's in the way of moving value?
Great. So now that we know what value stream and value stream management is, what isn't value stream? What are some common misconceptions or common mistakes you've been seeing? Scott, you want to start off?
Well, I think the one thing that maybe isn't value stream is when people sort of focus too much on the specifics of any given portion of it. Like if you're looking at DevOps and you want to do more frequent releases, or if you want, that in itself isn't really value stream, because more frequent releases is what delivers more software and more value to the end customer more quickly. So I think that just sort of looking at the specific steps in their own context and the own outputs they produce isn't necessarily value stream in itself until you look at the overall end-to-end process, and then specifically what value at the very end that it provides to the actual end user and their business.
Great.
There's a fine line in value stream between what part you want to map and measure to going too far down into the value stream where you have lost it, right? To where you're saying, it takes Jimmy 5 seconds to go like this. You've gone too far down in. You've got to stay at some of this higher level organizational stuff to really get good, useful metrics that you can bring out. You can let those individual areas take care of that process improvement.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would just lump on and say, please, value stream management isn't a dashboard.
It's not.
We all laugh because I remember when SD Times, you came out with the year of the value stream, and I remember having a customer call, and it was, where's my dashboard? I want my value stream management dashboard.
I would add, Christina, that different roles perceive the value stream differently in an organization. I think that's one of the more interesting things that kind of came out of this wave in our reference customers, is that if we talk to somebody who was mostly a product portfolio planner, for them, the value stream is we create an idea, it goes into a queue, and then we want to know what value was delivered to the customer. In between those 2 points, is like, that's someone else's job. They need to optimize that. It's not my job. That's not part of my value stream. That's sort of how the sausage is made. I don't care about it. It's just that we told them what we wanted, and they're supposed to execute on it. And at the end of the day, I want to measure what the value is that's coming out of it.
Yep.
And they wanted value stream management to really tie back the value delivered to a customer directly to the investment portfolio that they're managing across multiple value streams. And if you're a release orchestrator, you're like, to me, the value stream is everything that's being released out the door. I'm the gatekeeper to make sure that compliance is managed, that governance is maintained. And I have to make sure that I have visibility up the value stream so I know how many stories are going to be released in a month from now, so that I can make sure I can clear space to make sure that there's not too many things going on, to minimize the amount of churn that's going on, because they might have a process that's, not completely automated deployment. They might actually have a release orchestrator who's worried about these things. And for them, value stream management is really orchestrating all these different streams to make sure that they go out the door, the process doesn't fall over, everything is great, and people are getting the data they want. And in the middle of that, there's the software development team that is really looking at it from a team basis. They don't always look at it from a portfolio basis. And they're looking at, like, what's the longest outstanding pull request? Why hasn't it been merged already? There's a lot of, every day that merge request is outstanding, it adds risk that it's going to go out of date, that it doesn't quite, it's going to require more testing. And then there's, and so there's all these intricate pieces in the middle that can be broken down into these mini pieces. So I really break it down into the product portfolio. People care about one view of the value stream. The people in the middle that are developing it have a value stream of sort of process optimization and more DevOps focus. And the people on the end are thinking about release orchestration, and minimizing any risk to the production environment. And so it wouldn't be surprising to me if we start seeing vendors specializing for those particular audiences as well.
Yep. What I would say, Christina, is the one thing it isn't is singular, right? There's no, we heard a lot, we have to do the value stream. I'm like, well, wait a minute. There are a lot of value streams.
That's right.
Design, operational value streams, right? And we look at it in much the same way Chris described it, where there might be a team stream, a development team, right? They have a focus, they have a mission. So they have a stream, but they need to understand their stream connects to other streams. The next level up, we look at it 3 layers, actually. The next layer would be inter-team streams. So you might have somebody that's managing a transition from development into testing or development into deployment. And, we say that there's only one place, one stream, and that's basically at the top of the house when it goes into the balance sheet. That's where all of the streams roll up into basically risk, revenue, or cost for the CIO or the CEO.
Great. Unfortunately, that's all the time we're going to have for today. But before I let our experts off the hook, just any quickly last-minute thoughts. Where do you see all of this going? Lance, we'll start with you.
So I got to agree with Chris Kondo. It's going to start to merge of these tools. We're going to see this space come together where all these different vendors are doing things and being able to see end-to-end value across all this complication coming out, and really driving a difference in digital transformation, supporting what's going on today.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you want to go?
I think transparency is required. No longer is it acceptable to just, it's done when it's done. Where's my feature? I don't know. Let's go talk to different people. How are we doing on delivery? Let me get back to you on that. We're going to just be at a point now where that has to be automated, and the gathering and the governance and compliance has to be just an integral part of the entire system.
Scott?
Yeah, I think in terms of the usage of value stream management, I see that it's going to be a lot more data involved, a lot more complex and advanced analytics techniques like AI are going to become a part of the process to help people make better decisions based on more data. Not just the data within the actual agile or within the DevOps steps, but even gathering feedback from production, gathering feedback from customers, and financial data will all feed into this mix to allow people to make better decisions.
Mm-hmm. Great. And Chris Nowak, any last minute thoughts or predictions?
Where I'd like to see it go instead of where I think it's going would be, finally let's in IT embrace this idea of continuous improvement and really do it, right? Get collaborative, use all the things you guys just mentioned to be truly collaborative, be learning organizations, and improve our culture. So I kind of hope that this will finally get us to move to that direction, which we keep talking about.
Great. And last but not least, Chris Kondo, any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I really hope that these people are data informed when they make their strategic decisions on software development, software delivery. They're actually focusing on delivering value versus just delivering story points. What I hope doesn't happen, maybe I was thinking what Chris Nowak just said, is that people start using metrics as like a system to bully people to, to micromanage everything they do, right? Software development is still very creative. It still has a lot of nebulous kind of thinking processes and architecture. If we just focus on the time frames and the waste, what we'll give up is the ability to think freely about architecture, how to solve problems. Solving problems isn't something you can put a timestamp on always, but maybe it'll encourage a more iterative approach to problem solving and not put too much of a vice on it.
Great. Well, thank you all for joining the panel today. Thank you for our sponsors, Connectol, Digital AI, Platora, HCL, and TaskTop. And a big thank you to all our attendees for listening in today. Stay safe and healthy, everyone. This has been VSM DevCon.
Thanks, Christina. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.